September the 8th.
September the 8th.
Thank you. Mr. Frazier?
Here.
Mr. Lance? Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? Yes. Mr. Stiver?
Here.
Mr. Fracassi?
Here.
Ms. Jordan? You have 7 members.
And we appreciate everyone that wants to be scheduled to be here at 1 o'clock in September. With the agenda, and we're going to be adding 2 items. And the first person that will be added to our agenda, and we'll begin with Dr. Bill John. Yes, go ahead.
You know, everybody, I haven't been around for a very good reason, and not my fault. 7 months ago, we received packets from the planning department that weighed 10 pounds minimum of paper just with the rubber band around it. It was heavy. So I took that package on Friday, I got it Friday night, Monday back, I wanted to bring it back. So I went out the back way, and I missed my step, and it fell apart all over the back. And not one soul was there to pick it up to help. But I got hurt. I grabbed the rail, and I wrenched my arm and my neck, and the muscles in the neck. Well, I've been suffering pain ever since, and this must be 6-7 months ago. Went to Providence Hospital, went to therapy, went to expert pain people. I walk in with pain and walk out with pain. Providence Hospital, I was there two visits. And at the end of the second visit, they finally say, I need an MRI to find out what this is. So they asked me to call the hospital and set up the MRI. So I did. And it was going to be the 15th, 2 weeks away with all the pain I had. Then all of a sudden I get a call to come to the meeting here. They're going to do some procedure. So I came, and they did a procedure. They gave me an injection. They gave me a nerve block. Well, let me tell you, I still have pain. They screwed up good, and they didn't take care of the pain where it's supposed to be taken care of. But they missed the spot again. One other doctor did the same. I'm still in pain. Problems? The guy came in, the doctor came in 2 visits. He came in at the end of he was there 3 minutes. He says, you have he said something about the nerve, the pinched nerve. I said, all right, take care of it. Okay, next time I'd come. So 3 weeks I had to wait to get relief. That's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, he was there 3 minutes. He said, you have a pinched nerve. Walked out. Okay, all right. I still have pain. I'm better. I went to another specialist, an Indian doctor. And he gave me 2 shots last week, and at least the pain is subsiding a little bit. Keep that up, I'll be all right. But what I went through for the last 6-7 months, now, why did we have to get that shipment of 10 pounds of minutes? It weighed more than 10 pounds. Why did the planning department send us those minutes to read, obsolete and everything? Tell me. How much did it cost to send, each one of you got that bundle too, remember? Oh, come on, it's selective memory again. You didn't get a bunch of minutes like that 6 months ago?
Never.
No.
Did anybody else?
No.
Well, why the hell did I get them?
Then you got everybody's.
You're right, you're right.
They should be emailed to us. That's why we should really switch over to
You
digital.
used to say, now, all of you received that
I don't
package?
remember.
No.
I don't remember. But Mr. Lance was very thankful for you sharing that information. So we're more thankful that you're at safety, and we're glad to have you with us.
Thank you, but that doesn't help me.
I know.
I'm not getting help. It's a
Okay.
shame. There's nothing we can do about Providence. It isn't Providence direct. It's in that office, because they have a hospital there. It's a pain clinic.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Lance. Captain Jackson.
Madam President, honorable council body, citizens and visitors. I wanted to... Hello, President.
Mike's not on.
I can handle that. Madam President, council body, and citizens and visitors in Southfield. I want to give you a quick update of a couple of situations that's been going on. Obviously, Southfield has been hit with a couple of storms lately. Last Friday night, we got hit with a severe storm that came in. Fire department, public works, they were out on multiple calls, multiple down lines, about 40 down power lines in the city of Southfield, 10 in Lathrop Village. Due to the storm, we had a peak of about 86 properties that were without power. We've been monitoring it all weekend. As of 11 o'clock this morning, we have about 50% of that restored. We're right around 4,800 that are currently without without power. Some of those, about half of those will be restored at about 11:30 tonight. That's the estimates we're getting from DTE. Some of that will be tomorrow night, Tuesday night at 11:30. We expect to be fully back up, everybody's power restored. We've been checking with the residents. We don't have any major issues. A couple of spot seniors that have some troubles that we're dealing with individually. So that's where we're at with the power outage.
What section of the city is the majority of?
Right now, we have 12 Mile and 12 Mile Evergreen between Greenfield Road. That's a bulk of it. We have some at around 11 Mile, 696, and then on the west side of the city at 12 Mile and Inkster and 9 Mile and Inkster. Those are the bulk, and then we have spotted power outages throughout the city. That's pretty much where the power outages lie. The flood update, we have been meeting with FEMA. FEMA has come in twice to the city. We've done an individual PDA, which that's a preliminary damage assessment. That's for the private residents. We have about 800 homes that have been severely impacted by this storm. They came through, did an assessment, we did a neighborhood walkthrough, and last Friday they came and did a public assistance PDA with the city of Southfield. So we've been on the map on both of those. Providence Hospital has been impacted. The governor has to September 10th, which I believe that's Wednesday, to make a decision on requesting a presidential declaration. We're hoping the governor, we've provided all the information, not just the city of Southfield, but 3 counties, Wayne County, along with the city of Detroit, Macomb, and Oakland County. We have given them all the information, went with FEMA, detailed reports. We think we have enough for the governor to request. Now the FEMA director, along with the governor's request, if the governor decides, will give a status report on what FEMA found while they were here. When that happens, we don't know what type of FEMA assistance, but we're going to do everything we can to get as much assistance to the community as we can. The last piece that I have is we went into a partnership with the Oakland County Health Department, the Strategic National Stockpile. They have what they call a point of dispensing. We signed into a program with them that if it's activated by the president, we would be able to have all of our city employees and their families receive the medications directly here. So we have a plan in place that we won't have to wait. It'll protect our critical infrastructure, and we will receive those medications directly. More information on that plan. I'll make sure each of you get the plan, a copy of the plan. Any questions on any of the information?
I just think that you guys did a great job, both with flooding and as well as the other day. I just got mine last night, my electric back on, but you know, I think everybody was pretty civil out there, driving the city, and people were making out, they were irritated, and everybody did good. Matter of fact, it was kind of like Floyd Price, and they, oh, you too, you know, and so it was kind of the camaraderie there. I mean, we were part of those that were out. But it was, I think it was really handled great, and I just want to thank everybody that got involved, Public Works and
Yes.
your units and police and fire and everyone else. I think you did a great job. This Wednesday, we're supposed to get another one, right?
Yes, they've been coming back to back, and one thing I really would like to take a moment and stress that we have got multiple compliments from FEMA, the state of Michigan Emergency Management. The way our city employees came together and operated on these events were remarkable. We've got compliments from everything, Public Works, Fire, Police, GIS department, OMB, all the way across the city. Everybody came together and worked a lot of long hours to put this together, and I helped coordinate it, but couldn't have done it without all the city employees. We came together as a team, and I'm really proud to be a part of the team.
Real quick comment on brush pickup. We have 4 crews out picking. Public Works will have an issue with branches that are greater in diameter than 4 inches, and we will, those items might be on the curb a little bit longer than the normal pickup, and we'll have waste management take it. But look, from brushes and limbs as they come out, I think we're in good shape. It's going to be the logs larger than 4 inches in diameter.
Yeah, I'd like to mention once more, I did mention it at another meeting, but I'd like to mention once more that it's really nice to get updates on email of what's going on from the Public Works, because when I get a telephone call, at least I've got some information about where we stand with what's going on. That's new. So keep it up. Maybe the rest of the department. I know I every once in a while I was getting an email, and I don't know how I got on their mailing list from Oak Park.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah, they send out an email blast. I think it's pretty formal on what's going on. So that's it.
I agree with what Don has said. Congratulations, or thank you, and Myron too. I appreciated Larry's email. My question is, I have not seen from Waste Management a chipper. They come through and they collect in a regular garbage truck leaves and branches, but my understanding was they were supposed to be running a chipper through our streets as part of our contract. And I know the last time I asked about it, they said, well, it was out for repairs, but that was over a year ago.
I know we have chippers out there now, but in your
No, I'm talking about,
No, he does that.
we have a contract with Waste Management that includes yard waste pickup and branches
What's a chipper?
with a chipper.
Yeah.
And especially as I drive around and see the amount of stuff now that people have put to the streets, I don't think it should all be on Public Works back to collect this stuff.
And it is part of our service. We'll get Waste Management in, if not this afternoon, first thing tomorrow morning.
And come with the regular garbage truck. I mean, I had branches out because, I had a couple of big trees down, and I had my driveway just loaded, and they came with a regular truck, and they're hauling all the stuff. And some of the branches are kind of thick, and hydraulic thing, and it just busts the...
I realize that this is an unusual situation because of the storm, but it seems to me that our contract with Waste Management should be sharing some of the load here rather than putting this all on Public Works. So I just bring that up.
I'll make that inquiry during the meeting. I'll send you a text.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, so this item, we will begin with item number 1, authorization contract to close the operation.
Good afternoon, Council President, honorable body. I've got 2 items on the agenda from the Police Department. The first is an extension of the contract for lockup services. And as Council is aware, back in 2008, we entered into a contract with Wackenhut Corporation. It's now called G4S for lockup operations for the Police Department. And that it was a 3-year contract. That contract expired in 2011, and we entered into a new 3-year contract with them in 2011, which just recently expired. And so now we're coming before you to enter into a 1-year contract with Wackenhut, with G4S for the next year, and for negotiate for the years after that. But I've got Deputy Chief Lucia that'll come up and talk about some of the details of the contract that we want to enter into.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm here today to ask council to approve a contract with G4S to operate the Southfield Police Department lockup. This contract is a one-year contract with an annual average amount of $756,984. Roughly, that's about $63,000 a month. This contract, like the chief stated, may also be extended at the option of the city for an additional one-year period. In the event that the city exercises the option to extend the contract, the second year, the rate will be negotiated, and it shall not be increased by more than 3.5% over the first year amount. The contract with G4S has remained flat since 2008, when they first came on and operated our lockup. Since 2008, we have not had any issues or problems working with G4S, and the number of complaints has actually gone down since the jail was operated by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Funds are provided for this contract in the 2014-15 Police Department budget and will be requested in future budgets, as council may approve. Thank you, and if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. And one of them is, you're asking us to do this without a competitive bid. Is there any other outfit out there that does the same thing that you're asking Wackenhut or whatever it is called now? Do somebody else do that?
Yes, there are others that are out there doing it. However, no other company out there can provide the level of service that we expect in Southfield. Now, back in 2008, we did a comprehensive study of companies who provided this service. And back then, nobody provided companies did, but nobody came close to providing the level that we needed. So the question is, what has happened between 2011 and today? Well, Sterling Heights has answered that question for us, because about 2.5 years ago or so, Sterling Heights went through the same process that we went through in 2008. And they came to the same conclusion that we did, that there are some companies out there, however, nobody is providing the level of service that G4S is at this point, in terms of the training of their officers, the liability type issues, and just the general experience in this area. So right now, there still is not anybody out there.
Seems like that would be a pretty lucrative business for somebody to begin.
Yeah.
Kind of like charter schools. The other question I have, it says in here the agreement will continue to contain a strong out clause in favor of the city. So if this company fails to keep up the standards that we have expected, and we feel a need to break the contract, what do we do then? If there's nobody else out there that does this work as well as they seem to be doing it.
Okay, if that were to happen, if we opted out of the contract today, then we would have to take some temporary measures in order to provide for lockup operations. So what we would do is any felony arrest, or domestic arrest, then we would transport those arrested persons up to Oakland County and have them booked and lodged there until arraignment. Misdemeanor crimes, we would not arrest at all. We would simply go through a complaint warrant process with our legal department or issue an appearance ticket. So that's what we would do temporarily. Now, after that, then we would have to decide on some long-term solution. And the long-term solution would be another analysis and research project that we did 6 years ago. And that would entail deciding, number one, do we want to continue with lockup operations at all? And if the answer to that is no, then we would continue with the temporary arrangement that we have with the county. If the answer is yes, then we want to continue with lockup operations, then we would have to determine, number one, do we want to do it in-house, meaning do we want Southfield police officers to staff the jail? Number two, do we want to contract out with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department like we did prior to 2008, but as we know now, that's cost prohibitive. And number three, do we want to contract out with another private security company? And as we know now, that's not practical either. So those would be our three choices if we would opt out.
And so the bottom line is, this is the best deal we can get, is to And as long as they're providing the kind of service we expect to continue along with this.
Yes, sir.
This company.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Chief or Deputy Chief, how many, on average, how many prisoners do we have locked up?
Probably average 10 to 12 a day.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's
For
about,
that whole third floor?
yeah,
And what's the capacity?
it had roughly 60 people in
That's right.
capacity.
And I'm glad to hear there haven't been any problems or that you're reporting that it's better, because we had some before. There's still no interest in other communities in sharing this lockup?
No, and we have inquired with several communities, several other law enforcement agencies. Most of them say it's not practical. If their officers, even if Farmington make an arrest, they tell us it's not practical for them to have their officer leave their city, drive all the way to Southfield, process the prisoner, drive back. It's just not practical for them. So, and we have tried.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted that update.
Yeah, so the first the first initial contract and then the extension was for 3 years. Now this one's just for 1 year. Is that at the city's request? Is that at the newly named G4S request? Why is this one kind of a shorter one compared to the last?
It was negotiated with them, so we did discuss it with them, and, discussions led to a 1 year with the option for a second year.
Let me answer that, Deputy Chief. And also, we want to revisit, the opportunity to go out and look at other companies also. Like I said, Sterling Heights looked at this about 2.5 or so years ago, and I think it's, after the conclusion of the first year, this contract would probably be time to revisit it. So we want at least some flexibility for ourselves.
Now, the question, it's not a loaded question, by the way, but what's the matter with Beverly Hills and Lakeville? They don't come to our station, do they?
Beverly Hills operates their own lockup.
And Lakeville goes to Beverly?
Correct.
I know the answer, it just irritates me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, keep on.
Yes.
Just go to the consent agenda? Consent agenda?
It's not.
There you go.
No, it's not working.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, the previous item that was just discussed, the city attorney advised me that they wanted to Rule 10.
Chief, on this, the detention, you're looking for a Rule 10?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm over Rule 10.
We have a motion by Mr. supported by Ms. Seymour. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'll move that the request be approved.
We have a motion by Mr. supported by Ms. Seymour to approve the contract for the detention facility operation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and the second item from the police department is the requesting permission from council to purchase new radio consoles in our dispatch area. And we purchased these, the current system about 16 years ago, and it's well beyond its life expectancy. And so I have my public safety dispatch supervisor, Meredith Morgan, who will talk about the details and exactly why we are here.
Good afternoon, Madam President, everybody. As Chief said, I'm Meredith Morgan. I'm a public safety supervisor in the dispatch center. And I'm here to request your approval to replace the emergency communications center radio equipment that we have currently. Just to give you an overview of our operation, we're a consolidated emergency services dispatch center. We are located on the second floor of the police department. We receive non-emergency and emergency calls from citizens and visitors, and we process those calls, sending the appropriate response by radio. So that is our primary means of communication with those responders. And we also use radio to communicate with Public Works, Mobile Watch, and the surrounding jurisdictions in our area. This is an overview picture of what our dispatch center looks like. There are 6 console positions, as we refer to them. And at each console position, there are 6 computer monitors in front of us. One of those computer monitors is for radio equipment. One is a city computer that accesses, you know, all of the city email, internet, and such. And then 3 of those screens go to our computer-aided dispatch system, and the last screen is our phone computer, our E911 phone system that we use. Again, at each one of those 6 consoles, we have a dispatch console or radio console. This is the screen that controls the radio, and this box and microphone are the other piece of the radio that actually sits on top of the desk. Underneath the desk, there's a computer tower hooked to that. Okay? This screen is part of the CAD system, so we just disregard that one. In the back room, behind our dispatch center, we have a computer room, a server area, where all of the computers and servers are housed. And in that room, this is the electronics bank, or the core, sort of the server of our radio system, if you will. Our current radio system that we operate are the Motorola Gold Elite consoles and that central electronics bank. Those were all purchased back in 1998, and they have a service life of 10 years. We've had them in service for about 16 years. The replacement parts for that particular model are no longer being manufactured. And the age of the system jeopardizes the sustainability. There's a potential for failure that is unpredictable. And this unreliability, frankly, puts residents and first responders at risk, because without radio communication, it would be very difficult to get responders there effectively and efficiently. So what we'd like to purchase is Motorola's MCC 7500, which is an IP-based radio system. It has a high reliability redundant core and networking equipment. The replacement equipment can easily be upgraded if at some point we decide to upgrade our radio, all of our radio equipment in the city. This upgrade keeps us in line with neighboring communities, and as part of this project, we're going to reconfigure the dispatch workstations to optimize the use of the equipment. So again, the current dispatch radio console that we're using, and this is a picture of the new equipment that will be at each console position within dispatch. There are 6 of those. For this project, Motorola is currently covered under State of Michigan contract pricing. The upgrade is accounted for, and the funds are available in the Motorola Communications budget, with a total cost of $731,040. The price includes all the equipment, those 6 console positions, the new electronics bank, and project management, uninterruptible power source unit, the installation, implementation, support, training, 24/7 warranty for 1 year on the new equipment, and the workstation panels for the reconfiguration of the dispatch center. So what about maintenance? We do have a 1-year warranty. We have always had maintenance on our radio equipment. It is an ongoing cost that is already budgeted. This equipment will also have to carry maintenance. The first year of the new equipment is covered under warranty. We have some infrastructure in the city, base stations and repeaters and receivers that are going to remain, that we already pay for maintenance on. So we want to commit to a 5-year maintenance agreement to lock in the pricing with Motorola so that that cost does not increase over those 5 years. So looking at the maintenance cost, currently we pay $58,910.76 per year for maintenance for both the radio equipment and the infrastructure. The maintenance cost for the first year would actually go down a little because the new equipment doesn't have to be covered, just the infrastructure has to be covered. So in the first year, we're going to pay $43,339 for the maintenance. Years 2 through 6, which is that 5-year maintenance agreement we'd like to enter into, the cost is going to be $64,198 per year. Again, this is a cost that we already pay. We already have to cover maintenance on our radio system. And it is already budgeted. We pay it quarterly out of the contractual professional outside services budget in motor pool. Okay, so this replacement equipment is necessary because of the age of the system that we currently use. The funds are available, and replacement, again, includes the 6 physical consoles in dispatch, the central electronics bank, and optimizing the dispatch workstations for use with this equipment. And then the maintenance contract ensures that we'll have continued support for the system. Are there any questions?
Questions, council? Mr. Rand?
One question. Where does all this money come from?
The money has already been allocated.
From where?
It's an ongoing budget that police department puts into every year for the communications equipment. So it's already there. It's sitting there. Mr. Pierce has verified that for us.
It's in the motor pool, communications. It's in it.
All right, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Costa?
Through the city administrator, when we talk about these accounts, we get some kind of information on these funds.
You and I spoke last Thursday regarding this account. Mr. Pierce and I had a discussion on Wednesday. We're going to come back and we have a number of revolving equipment type loans. I should not say loan. Equipment revolving funds that each year we put money into and we buy certain assets from them. I've asked for a definition of each of those accounts, and we'll come back and do a review. But each year, we have been putting some money into these accounts, and as we have major expenditures, we charge them too. In this case, it is motor pools communications. But I'm asking for a broader definition of what other type of expenditures may be charged to each of these accounts. And then, this is somewhat tied to our capital improvements plan, which is in process, part of redevelopment ready. We said we'd do a CIP. We are now looking at part of the decision tree is, have we been putting enough money in the last 6 years to take care of our future equipment needs? So as we go through the CIP, we also want to evaluate, are we contributing enough to these equipment replacement accounts on an annual basis? And it's a somewhat, not an easy exercise, it's somewhat painful. We know the last few years there's been some retrenchment of what we've contributed, but we still have to go through it. We know we still need vehicles, radios, computers, and we have started that exercise. But the first piece of this is I want good working definitions, because as city administrator, I don't always want to have to turn to finance to know where we may charge something, and the same for council. So we are working on that. My thought process is some point in the next month, we would present it to Finance Committee. Mr. Cronin and I did have a brief conversation last week regarding the CIP. It's in process. We've got to push a few departments to get to the finish line on that. Facilities is in good shape. Public Works, Lee Schultz, they went through a major exercise last week on projects. So we're going through that process. So within the next 4 to 6 weeks, I'd like to present something to Finance Committee on that.
One of the things we brought up at the budget hearing was that we were going to get a monthly statement report, so we know how the various departments are being.
The variance report?
A percentage of spending in each one. It was done all the time, and all of a sudden they just stop doing it, but that's very important to knows where these accounts are in the process. And, you know, even going through, I know we're short of help, but at the same time, you know, the numbers got to be there. You know, we're spending money and nobody knows what the balance sheet looks like. And we spend it, at least I don't.
I will speak to our finance people and we will get, one of the things, because we have a number of shared accounts, and I'll use facilities and that, there are a number of accounting adjustments that are done every time one of those reports is done. It's not as simple as going to the computer, here's the revenue that came in, and here's the expenditure. Each time that is prepared on a monthly basis, there are some indirect type costs that are put in the final document that council sees. Mr. Pierce and I have had a conversation about what can we do to make that almost a turnkey. And by the 10th of each month, a report's coming out. I know he and I discussed that we would do one at September 30th, but we could do it monthly if that council's desire.
We used to get one, every department used to get one, and then we used to get a synopsis of all of them, one-liner, or not a one-liner, one page, and know what percentage they are. I mean, I'm concerned about our fund balance. You know, we're spending a lot of money, and you know, we brought up the other day that things are costing us a little more. We have a lot of, you know, out-of-pocket expenses here with storm damage and basements and everything else, and I'm just concerned about the balance sheet.
As you and I spoke, I believe it was Saturday, this storm, we have $180,000 budgeted for forestry for cleanup. We are probably going to need additional funds to deal with that. What I instructed staff to do on the 11th, on these major storm events, is in Lucidity, we are tracking each event as a separate event, so we know what it cost us. We may get some relief from FEMA on the 11th, but this weekend's event is probably going to blow up our forestry budget for the year. The good news is it's early in the year. We may have to trim back, maybe a combination of asking for some additional funds or trimming back some things we would like to have done in that original budget. We'll evaluate that.
Well, my concern is, of course, in the church councils, is that, you know, we've been trying to add some staff in some cases, deputy administrator, and those that are important, maybe finance director. And before we do that, we should know we can afford it. You know what I mean? And I just bring that up because I'm really concerned. We're going to have a rough winter, they say, too. So, you know, salt's going up, everything's going up. Anyway, I just think that.
I haven't seen our number for salt, but other communities are seeing.
You're not here, I have an emergency manager here, I'm talking to.
So in terms of the report, we're looking to get that to it at the end of September in terms of the financial.
Is this a Rule 10 also?
No.
This is not. Mayor Lawrence?
Yes, there's two questions. One, you may be able to just smile when I say it, but why are we at this point where it's not presented as even an option to plan or to explore other options? There's absolutely no way we want our communications department dispatch to be in a state of being ineffective. It's being painted as that we're on this last limb. We cannot continue, and I know we went through some tough economic times, but we cannot continue to operate where things are coming in. I don't want this to become the norm for the city. We've got to get back to the point of planning, and it should come before council and say in the next year we're going to have to repair this. This is the status. I don't frankly like this. We were doing a lot of immediate needs acts, and we had to survive by the seat of our pants, and I understand that. But I don't want that to become the norm for the city. And frankly, this it troubles me, because it does sound like we are using tape and wire and we could go out any minute. So we do need to do this. The other part of my concern is that I didn't hear our own IT weigh into this. So when it comes to these maintenance costs, where does our own local IT department play into this? Are they involved in the contracting for that? Are they on board, or are we creating a totally separate silo for this? That's another question I have.
Well, our IT group has been part of this decision process, as is Public Works and the people who service the radios and the tower. I think this has not been an exercise of just the police department.
Okay.
Information technology has been at the table. Public Works, the Communications Division has been at the table. I cannot speak fully as to why we're 16 years in replacing this. It is working. It's my understanding that we have redundancy at the state level and the county level, that if we were to be shut down, we would have that backup. This acquisition also allows us to be a better partner with the state, the county, and even some of our neighboring communities. If I recall the meetings I sat through.
And Fred, that's another question. This goes to you and the chief. There was a time, and Councilman Picasso, remember, we had a huge debate over being not joining in with the county dispatch system. We did ours on our own, and we got some criticism as things progressed, that we were hosting our own and not partnering with that system. Where are we now? Are we now joint, and it starts with an S, Clemens. Are we now part of this, and is this like a connected system that we're going to have here?
Right now, we still are not with the radio system, and I'll let Meredith talk a little bit more about, because she's a little bit more in tune with the history of that and why we were not back then. But I will tell you that I've been in conversations with the administrators of Clemens, and as recently as a couple of weeks ago. And they are, and we're in conversations talking about that, to see if it's something that we need to revisit. Is this something that's cost effective for us? Do we need to be in this with this consortium of other agencies who are doing this? So we are at the beginning stages of revisiting that whole issue, and we should be coming back to council at some point, probably within the year, with an update on where we are with that. But I'll let Meredith talk a little bit about.
And I just want to answer the concern, is that would that reduce costs? Because when we are a separate entity unto ourselves, and I can't debate how effective one is on the other, but then you get back to that conversation as a city. If other cities are reaping benefits or less cost as being a part of that, then this is not a cheap price that we're talking here. If this is going, and have we explored that? Is it a benefit for us to wait until we get the benefit, the cost, so to see if it's something, because maybe some of this maintenance and some of these other costs that we are incurring would be occurred or shared with the county. So those are the type of concerns I have.
And just to follow up, Mayor, that's I think your concerns are valid. And the decision to go with the system that we're in right now predated me. It's cheap. However, like I said, I've been in communications with the folks at Clemens, and we're going to intensify these discussions to see if us being involved in this is beneficial to the police department and in the city of Southfield as a whole.
Yeah, to speak to the mayor's question, if memory serves me right, we had our equipment before the county did, and when they put theirs in, their equipment was incompatible, and so there was a problem linking up with the county in order to be part of the whole thing. And the other communities around, because they took advantage of the county's pricing, their equipment was more like the county's, and we were first, but the rest of them picked up different equipment, so I don't know if we're continuing to do that, let's do it our own self, or what, it's worth the study. But I have another question, and it's not anything to do with that, I know you need the equipment. But what we're asking here today is for us to get a consensus, so it can go on the consent agenda for next week, or the 22nd. Except in the recommended resolution says, we authorize them to go ahead and do that. We haven't authorized them yet. We won't authorize them until the 22nd.
We are asking for a consensus, authorization would happen the next meeting.
Right. So what we do today is we either just give a consensus, or we vote on it.
Consensus to pursue.
Yeah, and we authorize it on the 22nd, because if we vote today, then we don't need to vote on it.
Why don't we just vote today?
Well, it's simple. It's $1 million at a CLW that.
Didn't they?
And you don't need to.
Right,
It's
that
not a
way.
public meeting,
No, I
everybody
understand,
knows
but
it's on the
that,
table.
that's why they brought it to the study session, fully intending to go to the 22nd,
Yeah.
but to be able to give you a chance.
And I agree, we ought to go to the 22nd. I've been fighting about the
Right.
consent agenda,
Right.
I mean, the Rule 10s, because I think we need to be as transparent as possible. And even though this is a public meeting, we hold it in a small room, everybody that views the council meetings won't come out to this meeting. But I think we ought to limit, and I think we're getting further and further away from real emergencies to do Rule 10s in this meeting.
Well, where do we get to the point of the cost effectiveness of Plymouth? If you go ahead and approve this, then we're continuing down this lane. Is this equipment even compatible with the original issue? So if you vote on this, then you're telling everyone to proceed as.
And as you made your earlier comments, Mayor, I was holding back and wanted to formulate my thoughts a little bit more. You know, this is one of those decisions that, as you come in, what is in front of council plugs and plays with the state and the county. The county could come down and we could literally be their backup. They could be our backup, and I understand there are a number of other communities we could back up if they went offline. In the last 18 months, before Clyde Brown, he gave me quite an orientation. At the federal level, we have this public policy, broadband width is changing. Where we're able to connect and what parts of the city have conductivity or actually have full coverage. We have gone through this. Everything in this purchase has that plug-and-play element that and we're responding to what's in play at the state level and the county level. This is one of those decisions we could put off and say, the state's going to change in a couple of years. We don't know that. Or the county's going to change. But based on what's in play today, this purchase has been designed that we fit in the state, the county, and the other element we're looking at is on communications, that the future piece for council will be things pertaining to probably repeater antennas, that as these broadband get narrower, there are, it looks like two parts of the city that we're going to have to beef up. In the presentation, we have a tower on the 2000 Center building, and we have another repeater right now?
We actually have Dwayne Bosberg is here. He's our communications technician, and he knows all the technical stuff, so.
There's a backup tower. You want to go? Yeah. And these are the things that have been in play, you know, broadband changing, technology changing, and then knowing our technology's now 16 years old. There's a backup tower at the DPW building.
Who are you?
Dwayne Bosberg. I'm a retired employee of the city of Southfield. I'm back working part-time to assist in some of the projects here.
Okay.
There's a backup tower at the DPW building for four of our frequencies. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it still doesn't answer my Clemens question.
I'm sorry.
Still doesn't answer
I
my
can-
Clemens question.
I can answer it for you, Mayor. The current radio system that we have does not allow us to connect to either Oakland County or the state radio system. We do have Clemens, which is their computer-aided dispatch and record system. We do have that system from Oakland County currently. That is what we use. But as far as the radio piece goes, Oakland County refers to their radio as the Open Sky system, and the state police radio system is referred to MPSCS. Both of those are 800 megahertz radio systems that our current equipment will not allow us to connect to. So even if we do move to connect with Oakland County or someone else, we would need this equipment. We would
So
need.
this equipment you can do?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I
It
need.
plugs in place with the new equipment.
That's what I need to,
All right, any other questions? Or without, any opposition, if we move forward to next?
And if I can, a lot of staff time, Meredith, the police chief, number of police, IT, we brought Dwayne back in to help evaluate this decision. It's a large purchase, and a lot has gone into it, and for myself, it's been a real education.
I just have a question, was it bid?
We're part of the state process.
State process.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
They came and he went like this, I don't know what the problem is. Cable was here and he did this and left, I don't know.
Okay, we'll move to the next.
I don't know. I don't know, he came and looked and went like this. I'm not in charge of the motor. I don't know, they should bring.
Thank you. Thank you, Dwayne.
So, council, back in early August, I talked to you about the staffing issues within the city attorney's office. I had a proposal at that time, discussed with you that currently, there are 2 full-time attorneys, including myself, in the office. We also have a part-time attorney. The proposal that I'm making, that I made back on August 11th, was that we hire the part-time attorney to a full-time career person, and we also hire 1 more attorney, which would then give us a total staff of 4. In the past, we've been up to, generally, during my tenure, we've had 6 attorneys. So I'm still trying to work within the budgetary constraints of the city, but obviously, we're also trying to get the work done, as well as come up with some methodology for succession planning.
Excuse me, we're going to ask that the noise in the back be reduced, thank you so much.
So come up with some thought process for a succession planning in our department. So with that, what I have in front of council today, and it has been brought to my attention that we are using quite a few little pens today. So if council would simply like to give me a consensus, the concern is that I have one of the attorneys, the assistant city attorney 4 that I'm proposing, currently has another position, and she would like to know with certainty that after this meeting, she can give notice and actually start with the city in a matter of a few weeks. So even if I had consensus, I think that would be sufficient. But that was the reason I asked for the time. So at this time, if I could have both Marceline and Bonnie Fitch come up. Marceline Pruitt is proposed to be an attorney, assistant city attorney 4. Marceline has a very good depth of background and experience in municipal law, more than 13 years. So the proposal for Marceline would be we bring her in and get her assisting with municipal law, as well as one of the district courts, the ordinance prosecution in one of the particular courts. Bonnie Fitch, who's a very long-term Southfield resident, she has 1 court currently, but she's part-time, so we would continue 1 court for her, but that would also now bring in additional hours for her to start doing municipal law and gain some expertise in that. Dawn King, who is the only other attorney full on staff with me right now, she has 2 courtrooms for her ordinance prosecution, which doesn't permit her much time to do more variety of municipal law, she would go to one courtroom, and then that would free up her half time to do municipal law. So what we would have would be all of us doing municipal law, and each of them doing a one courtroom of ordinance prosecution. And I think that in terms of what's good for each of them in their career development, but also for the city in terms of succession planning and getting everybody to do municipal law and know the law for the benefit of the city it would be obviously extremely helpful. So we're proposing that Bonnie Fitch be hired as an assistant city attorney 2. Marceline would be brought in as an assistant city attorney 4. Their pay grades and proposals are in the letter. Generally, they would have the standard Tier 2 management benefit package. And so with that, obviously they're both here to answer any questions that council may have, but that's the proposal at this point.
Okay, we'll entertain questions. Mr. Lance?
Yes, this is to also. I have a concern that when we hire new attorneys, they're gung-ho for prosecution. They want to go to court, no matter what the charge is, go to court and beat them. I'm not saying that these two will do it, but it's done. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have to be a little bit smarter than we're supposed to be. I mean, you don't have to prosecute all the time. You know what I'm driving at?
I absolutely agree, and I will say, we spend a lot of our time looking at specific facts of each case, and we are not trying to jump into litigating with anybody. We try, I mean, my philosophy is always, let's see if we can't work together. Businesses, residents, let's work together to come up with this mutual, you know, where both sides are benefited. So I think that is the philosophy we've been working under. We really don't want to bring a homeowner or a business into court. But if you get no cooperation, ultimately, sometimes that's what gets the cooperation. So even then, we're still working. We're always working, Mr. Lance, to get to a point where, you know, we get the ordinances enforced, but we also do it in a manner that at least is acceptable to the resident or the business owner.
That I have found out, yes. But they know it.
They
realize it.
They do, and I think they will, because I think we need to all be on the same page. We really do want to work together with people.
Fine, that's what I'm asking for.
Madam Chair. You know, I think, the legal department has been struggling for a long time, and the deputy we put there is no longer with us. I think it's very important that we act so that these individuals know exactly what we're doing, and so we don't have meetings until the 22nd, isn't it, the next meeting?
Correct.
Yes, I decide to move it to 10, at the respect of...
Support that. I would support that. So we have a motion by Mr. Pataki, supported by Ms. Emo for Rule 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like the approval of these, the appointment of the Assistant City Attorney 2 and Assistant City Attorney 4.
Support.
We have a motion by Mr. Pataki, supported by Mr. Moss, to approve the appointment of the city attorneys 2 and 4. Any questions?
Yes. There has to be a rider on that, that's based on passing the background check.
Correct. Absolutely.
So-
That's the condition of the resolution.
Yeah. And frankly, I don't have any problem with this. I just don't, the person can't be hired until the background check is complete.
That's correct.
So
That's correct.
if the background check probably won't be complete before the 22nd.
That's right, and we were intending to swear them in on the 22nd
Yeah.
formally. So what this gives, in essence, is that, you know, Ms.
Yeah.
Pruitt can obviously give notice and feel assured that she has the position.
And that's what made me not defend my position anymore when Ms. Ward and I talked about it. It's the advance time for the...
We get it.
Yeah. So, other than that, I would have held the position.
I
Still lost.
just didn't want to lose these two young ladies.
No.
All right, we have a motion on the floor with the amendment of the background check included. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Would you like to make some comment? We'll start with you, Ms. Stewart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very nice to see all of you today. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for approving my appointment. And I look forward to working with everyone and for the city of Southfield. Thank you so much.
Madam President, Mayor, and members of the council. I've been here for 6.5 years. I'm born and raised in Southfield. I went to South High, graduated in '81, and I bought my parents' old house. So I'm here to stay, and I'm very thrilled about this. And I enjoyed working with the city and all the staff members, including the legal department. And I'm looking forward to the next event in my life, which will be full time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to tell you to bring your families at our next televised meeting. Because, we want to make sure that this is about, your advancement and your career serving the city. And this is, this is a good thing for us, too. So please make it a celebration of starting, helping us to serve the court and everything like that.
You two understand what I was saying?
Yes.
Do you? I know Bonnie already.
Yes.
Bonnie's been already trained.
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the proposal for Telegraph Road, Mr. President.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Our next item is proposal from Service Pro Power Back of Novi in consideration of the property located at 21375 Telegraph Road, the former Art Moran repair facility. It's shown here in red. This is the existing concrete crushing facility, and the proposed site is just north of that. If we look at more of the corridor here, this is where Lear is currently located, and then Excel Industries. So it's on the west side of Telegraph Road, north of 8 Mile. And the property is approximately 3.72 acres. There's an existing 29,000 square foot building that they'd like to be able to house their vehicles in. And we have a brief video presentation showing the corridor as part of orientation. And then I'm going to invite Mr. David Jenks, president and owner of Service Pro Powerback, to make a presentation about his company. And then we'll bring it back for process, zoning implications and requirements, and so forth. So obviously, again, this is on the north side of Lear, as we head property by property southward on the southbound lane on the west side of Telegraph Road. The property is actually towards the rear, so other than the drive itself here, it's not visible from Telegraph Road. There's a landscape, it's a ply company immediately in front of it. This is shown here. And the next parcel is the retail center, which is partially covering the concrete crushing former mobile home park site, which is located in the rear here. We're right about here on our orientation, and I believe the next property would be XL, which is right here. And David, is there much video after this?
No, it should be. I showed the site one more time.
Did you get onto the site to show the building itself?
No, I didn't.
The reason it's here is that it is in the I-1, which is our heaviest industrial zoning district. However, we only permit manufacturing, industrial type of uses. This would be considered non-industrial in the district and would be required to go through the special land use process. So the owner and the broker are here tonight to get some initial comments. I know there can't be a consensus today, but they want to present what they're proposing to do,
and then they'll make their decision if they want to formally move forward with the process. And with that, I'd like to, through the chair, invite David Jenks, President and owner of Service Pro Power, back up to the podium.
Madam President, because, as we've kind of cautioned in the past, that because this has not gone through the normal planning process, that we're not trying to give a decision here today. All we're trying to do is if there's some comments or some reactions
Questions.
that they could answer before they start the process, because we really don't have the full background of that process.
And if you could give us, repeat your name and business address for the record.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Jenks. I'm the owner of Service Pro and Powerback. We've been in business about 15 years. We're currently located in Novi. We've had some pretty good growth, and so we're looking to either expand at our place in Novi or for other locations. So we're here today asking your consideration of our use of the facility, pointed out the old Arbor body shop. Basically, I'll talk a little about my business, what it is we do. We'll talk a little about the facility that we're considering, and a little bit about why we'd like to come to Southfield. Okay, so basically, again, I'm just asking your consideration of this. I know we can't get a final decision, but we have not entered in negotiation to buy this property yet. So we kind of like to get a feel as to whether this is the type of business that you want there. We've heard some different stories about what you folks are looking for, you know, in that corridor. So my business, basically what we do is we provide plumbing, electrical, and mechanical services to commercial and light industrial companies. As such, we store a lot of vans. We have a lot of different equipment, water heaters, electrical boxes, that sort of thing, to service different facilities. So our trucks come in and go out every day out on the road to conduct these type of operations. Additionally, we're a licensed liquid industrial waste hauler, and so we have the big Vector vacuum trucks like your city runs. We use those trucks to go out and service car washes, cleaning their sand pits. We clean restaurant grease traps, catch basins in parking lots for all sorts of different facilities. So all told, we have 55 employees at this time. We have 50 or 60 vehicles, different dump trucks, vacuum trucks, roll-off boxes, and that sort of thing. So with our use, we need some outside storage for some of these vehicles, and then we need the inside storage to service the vehicles and stock them and such. So basically, we found this existing structure in Southfield. It's got like around 30,000 square feet of pre-existing prefab engineered buildings. It is off the road, so it's not going to look like some of the glass buildings that you see up and down the road there, but you won't really see it from the road either, because the driveway is 485 feet to where these existing buildings are located. So basically, we would be using the existing structures that are there. We may go ahead and expand the offices there. That would be, you know, something we would go through your planning commission and building department and the like to make the front end of the building look a little nicer. And then finally, why Southfield? I think your slogan says it all. Southfield's in the middle of everything. So really, for us, being out on the road, servicing lots of different places throughout Metro Detroit, this location is very prime for us to launch to any of the other neighboring communities. Also, you're well known with having very professional police and fire departments, excellent city services, so you have a good reputation, and that leads us to consider coming to your community. The zoning seems on the face of it compatible, but we're hearing some different things. We would need some outside storage, and we are not manufacturing, we're service-oriented. So I guess it's not a direct hit for what other things you have going in that area.
All right, we have a few questions. We'll start off with this one.
Yes, the liquid, the product that you're collecting and storing, which is commercial industrial, basically
Liquid industrial waste it's called, so it could be, mostly it's not industrial waste, but that's just the classification the state of Michigan gives it.
My concern is toxicity. What are we talking about?
We're completely a non-hazardous hauler, so there's no hazardous materials.
None at all?
None at all by the
So if you had a
state
spill,
definition.
someone's on Telegraph Road.
It would not be considered a hazardous material.
Okay.
For the most part, we're cleaning like catch basins, car washes, so while I'll admit fully it's nasty material, it's not, it's from the sewers and drains, but it's non-hazardous. It's non-hazardous. We don't handle any chemical wastes. We don't go to manufacturing plants and pick up any kind of lead-based products or mercury-based products or.
Have you had any accidents where you got lost or loaded on, has that ever happened to you?
It's never happened to us.
Okay.
No.
I mean,
This
I
is
would hope
12
that
years.
the precautions are such that we wouldn't expect that.
We take good care of our trucks, and yes, we train our drivers.
Well, it's important because.
Well, it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, but you've taken the precautions, hopefully, that, you could have an accident that would be beyond your control. I'm not talking about that, I'm just talking about normal, people would be concerned.
I understand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all due respect, Mr. Jenks and the Representative Farman, a while ago, I took a person back there that was interested in that was the regional people, and they, working with the city planner, the council sent visual to Pontiac. They didn't think it was a use that they wanted in that area. But looking at that site while I was there, and going back and looking at the aerial, I told the planner that this is supposed to be a tech corridor now. We have renamed it, and I didn't think that this fit into what we really expected in that tech corridor. The property to the south has been a trailer park, and somebody's messed up with it. I think a mistake that they put the retail out front. But this piece is the size that somebody could come in, either a tech company or somebody that's producing manufacturing onto that site, and by chopping it up, we're just kind of using up property that could be used as in its entirety as opposed to piecemeal. And so, I understand you have some 60 trucks, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I thought that was extensive use of the property anyway, but that's just my feeling, and I would rather, see a plan of what we intend to do with that piece, along with the owners, so that we could package all of it together and make some kind of a nice product on Telegraph Road. I know that you can't see it from Telegraph Road, but it does affect property to the south, and it is to be developed. And I think that our code enforcement also ought to get back there and clean that mess up.
It's noted.
Because when I was back there, I could not believe it. Jumped back there. Anyway.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Okay. It's the, to the west, is that the Bridge Street?
That's correct.
Okay. And, to the, petitioner, are you, storing, I would call it sludge? If you're thinning out catch basin, this muck, are you storing that, or are you just storing trucks?
We're just storing trucks.
What
Typically, we
happens-
dump those trucks on a daily basis.
Where do you dump that? Where does that go?
There's a number of liquid waste dumps around town, so we
Can you
take
tell
them
me
there.
where they are?
There's one called the Advanced Environmental, it's down on Mount Elliott, and where is that, by I-94?
Okay,
There's
so
another one at Dearborn.
this pretty much then just be a dispatch center?
That's correct.
Your employees would park there,
Employees would park there, correct?
they get in their truck, go pick up the stuff and dump it and then come back at night. So the trucks aren't going to be, I'm just trying to understand, would the trucks be sitting there with the sludge in them, or do they come back empty and you're just parking overnight?
Correct. That's correct. They come back empty and we park them overnight,
Okay.
service them, et cetera.
And it's about 60 trucks?
About 60 trucks. Only 10 of the vacuum trucks.
Okay.
The rest are vans and service vehicles.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine if you're doing a restaurant grease trap, you'd need a big vacuum to do that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moss.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Don's hand went up before mine, but had I spoken before Don, I probably would have said the exact same thing. You know, how long has this property been not in use for?
Ms. Freeman might know.
I don't know, how long it's been for sale.
Used to be a trailer
You know-
park.
No,
No.
this wasn't.
What?
This one, to the
Right
body shop.
behind the retail, commercial pieces where the trailer park was.
My understanding is
That's to the
this
south.
property was for sale for about 4 years. It's
Yeah.
been, there's been a kind of a
There's
turnover
one
of
that was in
numerous
lawsuit
other
because
clients
they dumped all
there.
the concrete in. Remember
Okay.
we sued them to get the concrete out?
And then how long about the property that's immediate to the south, that's what used to be the trailer park, how long has that been? I mean, the aerial picture says it all.
7 years ago.
I feel like, there's a, you know, an opportunity to brand this as a tech corridor, and I have a concern about, you know, putting this there, and the same concerns that we had about Rizzo, you know, are almost replicated here, and we chose not to proceed forward with the Rizzo because we're branding this as tech corridor. So, you know, not seeing any specific plans, you know, other than having an overview of what should happen, I really do echo Don's concern.
Right. And as I stated before, this was 50 years ago more of a heavy industrial corridor that has evolved over time. And unfortunately, this site to the south is prejudicing people's perception because the concrete's there, it was a former mobile home park. And we are attracting businesses that are more inclined to the heavy industrial because of the way it looks from the past, but we're trying to move forward. I'm not saying that this use is at that level, but it is, since it is a special land use, it's not an industrial manufacturing base, and the council has recently adopted the overlay development district and it designated this in their master plan as a tech research corridor. That's why these gentlemen want to at least come in, present their proposal, and get some feedback before they made a decision about moving forward.
Mr. Mann.
Yes, I'm going to follow up on Kennessa's question. You're picking up waste, liquid, solid, everything.
Liquid industrial waste, yeah.
Where do you dump it?
Take it
Dump
out.
do you dump any of it to Southfield?
No. Take some out, Southfield.
Where do you store it? How long do you store all that junk?
We take it to the dump every day. So there's several liquid industrial waste dumps around town.
Around which town?
Some in Dearborn, some in Detroit. There's a number of dump facilities.
No, I just don't want you to make Southfield a dumping ground.
That's not our intention, certainly.
My name is Phil Konopitsky. I'm actually associated with the Freedman Company, not the Fartman. The Fartman Group has the listing. I'm the broker that's working with Mr. Jenks and identifying sites that have good potential for his business. And I just wanted to point out one thing that I've noticed over the years. For 28 years now, I specialize with companies and properties that are industrial, high-tech, flex type of uses. Flex is a heavier percentage of office versus warehouse or assembly type operation. And what I've noticed over the years, in the 28 years that I've been doing this, is that the high-tech is centered in certain geographical areas of the southeast Michigan marketplace. You're going to find those concentrations to be Canton, Plymouth, Wixom, Novi, Auburn Hills marketplace, but not generally the older established, industrial corridors that I see in the Telegraph Road. Now, I'm not trying to be nitpicky because there's some great companies along there, but Do I think that, you know, and this is just my personal opinion, do I think that it's going to redevelop and there's going to be some high-tech companies that are going to say, I'm going to go here? Most of the time, they're building in green belt areas. And you've had some great experiences with Delphi and, you know, the other high-tech companies, or Lear, in that corridor.
Do you know Kamau?
What's that?
Do you know Kamau?
Kamau as well, correct. Now, for several years now, we have, my company, Friedman Company, has been marketing the Southfield Technical Center on Lasher Road. We have over 20 buildings there. You know, those are all high-tech buildings. But, you know, we haven't had any luck there at all. We've been marketing heavy to a lot of high-tech users to try to locate there, and yet the majority of them are still vacant. We're offering them at ridiculous numbers. We'll sell those buildings at like $35 a square foot, less than traditional industrial building sales, and we're not getting the people to come in to that market area. And to think that, you know, we're going to hold off until somebody that's a Fortune 500 company with a bunch of employees are going to come in here, I'm just not so sure if that's a... But I just want to share my thought, not irrespective of, you know, what Mr. Jenks is trying to do here. I just want to share my thoughts with regards to, you know, my experience in the marketplace.
This is definitely your opinion, and you
I know.
a little picture, but we're pretty
Thanks for listening.
at the table that we are technology corridor developing into that. Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I know you say that you empty your trucks every day and bring them back. Where do you wash them?
We would wash them at this facility. I mean, there's...
Inside?
Inside, yes. There's actually a truck wash bay
the inside of the truck?
At the dump facility.
At the dump facility?
Yeah, I know we're kind of concentrating on the liquid industrial waste part. That's probably 25% of the business. 75% is the plumbing, electrical, and mechanical.
Okay, the reason I say that is, it really doesn't have to be hazardous waste in order to create a brownfield. If it's, you know, something that's foreign to the soil, and you decide to move someplace else, and somebody else wants to buy that, it may create a brownfield if you wash your trucks there and empty them out and let it soak in the ground. So if you're washing the insides of the truck, where you're carrying all the sludge and oil or whatever it is, if you're washing them at the dump site, that's one thing. But if you wash them,
that's the standard procedure.
All right, that's the only question I have.
All right, basically you've heard the comments of the council.
Yes, I appreciate it very much. Thank you for entertaining this.
We have one more question, Mr. Mayor.
Now, when you wash your trucks, that's all toxic too, and that water goes down into the sewer in Southfield. Where does that water go? Myron, that's a good question.
I'm sure at that facility there is a truck wash located currently inside that facility, and my experience shows, although I can't verify it here, is that normally where there's a truck wash, there would be a large interceptor. As a matter of fact, that's what we make our business on, is we go out and clean those interceptors. So I'm sure that
where is that interceptor?
It would
on
be
your property?
Well, it would be on the property, yeah. Right, the drain of the truck wash would go, and then those get cleaned. They get cleaned periodically.
It's a big tank, like a septic tank, and you'd probably empty it and take it over to the place where you got the rest of the stuff.
Is that what you do?
So, yeah. So actually, we're the best at that, because that's what we do for everybody else.
How long do you keep those receptacles?
It depends how much stuff gets in there. You know, we typically recommend to our customers that they be cleaned on a quarterly basis. Again, I very much appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
you're still hard, never mind.
Madam Chair?
Yes, but never mind.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Item number 6, Arbor Loft, the architect who's here has another meeting conflict. Would it be possible to move them in front of the Southfield baseline obelisk?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Council may recall that a couple of years ago, the former Civic Plaza building, 114,000 square feet, 4-story building. Now, this is the building that the recent food truck rally was held in the front parking lot. That has been repurposed and converted into loft apartments on the top 3 floors, 172 rooms. Our understanding is they're 98% occupied. And then on the first floor is a number of mixed use, which I believe is over 50% committed. Phase 2 included a 10,000 square foot retail component on Civic Center Drive and Central Park Boulevard, running north-south. And then Phase 3, last December, the council reviewed a proposed multi-story mixed-use building, 43,000 square feet, and adopted an overlay development district. Our understanding is that the developer has tried to market the retail component here on the corner for the last 2 years and has been somewhat unsuccessful because the need is still being seen as Evergreen Road as being the primary retail location. But as the additional rooftops or bedrooms and that 24/7 presence of people living full-time in our city center district, that will trigger some future retail. Today, representing the developer, Peter from Design House, would like to take the council through some next step proposal for new housing and some accessory structures. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter. He'll go through a brief PowerPoint presentation on the concept, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions about next steps, zoning, procedures, and so forth.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me here today. My name, like Terry said, is Peter Stuhlmeier with Design House Architecture. I've been working with this developer for several years, and I'm pretty familiar with the facts of what's been leasing and what's been popular and what has been relatively tough to get tenants for. So what we've done is gone back to the drawing board on the Phase 2, which in this drawing, you can see it on the Civic Center and Central Park corner. We thought for sure we could find 10,000 square feet of neighborhood retail, and we're pretty much unable to do so. We're having more luck in the small commercial spaces that are in the main building. The larger space could be broken up into 3 or 4 different tenants, and we've had some, we've had some lookers, and we've had some people that come back and say, it's getting better there, we're getting better data, we're going to come there, we're just not ready now. So what we've done is taken a look at that front a little bit differently, because we have 98% occupancy of the residences in the building, and the leasing agents in the building know exactly who's coming and who they're turning away and what they're asking for. So basically, we want to take a look at that front and create an urban edge, a street edge, just as tall as the retail, a nice mass, something that lines up with everything up and down Civic Center, and just create units, create more garden studio lofts, we call them. They're 2-story units. They're small. They're basically for single occupants, maybe a couple, but that's all. They would have a small parking area directly adjacent. They're different than living in a large building. They have their own door, their own patio, and their own parking space. So this is a notch up. It'll get a few cents more per square foot than the 1-bedrooms or studios that are back in the main loft building. So we think it's a positive offering. It'll come out real nice. It'll create a feel of a campus on this property. It's a great big piece of property, almost 6 acres, I think.
Closer to 9.
Really? Okay. It fits. What we're proposing is 10,000 square feet of apartments. These are, I think there's 16 side by side, and they come within 15 feet of the sidewalk. They have small fenced-in garden areas that'll be surrounded by boxwoods and things like that. We're leaving an area. I don't think you have the slide that shows the retail piece in it. Okay.
Go through it.
Okay, so in the beginning of this project, we want to say, we're still holding tight to the retail idea. We know somebody's going to come to that corner. So in the beginning, it's grass. It's an open space, a common area for residents at the corner. But as it moves along, we had a reasonable, single-tenant, 17-foot ceiling retail box. Parking's easy to accommodate for all of this, and like I said, it really starts to create this secure feel for the whole site. It makes it more like a campus, and it also gives us that edge that we really sorely need right here on Civic Center, with buildings coming closer and creating that downtown feel. This would be an image if you were to put the retail box on the corner. It sets back a little further, has some outside dining, large storefront glass, and entrances both on the corner and on the parking lot side.
My embassy is on Evergreen.
This right here is Civic Center, and this is Central Park.
Okay.
So, but the whole project is roughly 25 to 30 feet tall, built of the same color palette, a little bit of upgraded material than the current building, but we're talking about brick, and we're talking about some stucco, some details that will match with the building in the back, so we really create the essence of a campus. And if you recall, the third phase, which is in the very back, is also similar to this. But we're ready for this project now, but we're not ready to build 10,000 feet of retail in the front or the commercial building in the back. But we're ready for these apartments today. What else you got for me, Terry?
I think there's those floor plans, and then I believe there's some rear views.
And some overhead views.
Is that the box behind, is that a parking garage?
It's, right now it's a garage. I think we're going to convert it to a covered carport instead of a garage because it's hidden by the buildings. And this was one where we had the building up close and didn't have the retail, which you got a hold of a lot of our preliminary design
just
work.
go ahead and
So there's your patios and your 2 floors, little patio in the front, the private spaces on top, the public spaces on the bottom. That was the original concept for the back. Somebody asked me if those were containers and shipping containers, but no, they would just be clad in metal. And there's the back with the carports instead of the metal box. So we think that's reasonably nice as well. We actually submitted more detailed plans recently that all of Phase 2's approved site plan, landscaping, and coverage, and detention, retention, all those concepts, and just transferred them onto this shape of building, because it went from a little square to a long rectangle. This gets into the addition of carports that we're also proposing for the current Arbor lofts. That's been a demand from the tenants now. We're not just getting students, we're actually getting a lot more professionals, and professionals want carports. They're getting them in other places. So we're proposing them to be tucked in behind and in between the building. And when we build this long row of buildings, the carports from the corner will be very difficult to take note of. They're pretty much all steel construction, all galvanized. Simple, clean lines, not too heavy to the eye, not real dated looking, with the shingles on top and metal roofs. But go back to your
Okay, we do have 3 questions. I'll start off with Mr. Coffey.
Let me start by saying, I just got in the mood for this conversation because I just dropped off to the planner about 12, 14 copies of people who wanted to develop the city center plan that has been going on for 30 years. And let me speak to council, is that, we bought into the city center plan for a reason, that we needed not a downtown, but a area which we could consider a place where people could congregate, with a park, commercial, and because that's something we don't have. We had surveys with town center. This particular area that is north of Civic Center Drive was supposed to be town center too, years ago. And because it was high intense use, and that would have a density and bringing some kind of a village or little tiny metropolitan or urban setting to that area. And we went through it with Gibbs, Rossetti, and everybody else, and LTU, and we've been holding close to the plan and expressing to everybody who wanted to develop in here that this was the plan that the city really wanted. And now we're deviating from the plan. And, you know, we deviated one time with the cancer building next door. And that doesn't fit, just like a building right in the middle of nothing, and if it was combined with other properties, you could build a real unbelievable building. This site could easily be done with lofts, but with 10-story height to it, so you could have commercial at the lower level and your lofts above it. That would give you a streetscape. It would give us a commercial area which would be walkable, bicycles could transfer back and forth. But we're deviating from what I've seen for 30 years. And we're picking it apart. And I respect Mr. Applebaum's property, they had it a long time. But you know, what we're doing is taking a piece of property that was just off the building and taking all the parking that was supposed to be used for the building itself under our ordinance, and we keep expanding on that piece of property, and the parking is going away. And I'd like to see the plan on where is this going to be, because you're going to have off-street parking sometime. If you keep developing that one piece, the density on that one site is 3 times what it would be normally. And I just wonder why no one sees the plan and comes in with something that says, hey, you know what, we want to help develop the city center. And we keep deviating, but pretty soon you get enough of the people that are going at their own property and trying to build up their own little area, and none of it fits. None of it will fit. And sooner or later, the entire plan will be destroyed, because and now you're going to try to put pieces together. It's much like what we just seen on Telegraph Road. You take one piece away from the total area, and then and then it changes the whole complexity of what we're trying to do. It is so important with all the surveys of all these office buildings, 30 million square feet of office space, and these people come in town and leave, and they can't get anything. And they keep talking about Evergreen Road, that everybody wants to be on Evergreen Road, and they don't want to be here. Well, that's not really true at all. I mean, it's not really marketed for retail in the manner which I just stated. It's marketed just like a strip center. But the people over at Town Center would walk across the street the same way as they go down Evergreen Road. And I'm trying to tell you the other day when we had Council President's meeting is, if you look at the median that you're putting in the middle of Evergreen Road, even if I want to go to Potbelly, I can't get to it if I'm going north. So it's almost like being on a one-way street. The median is dividing you from going across the street and turning into one of those places. And the median is nice. It makes the Evergreen Road and the Civic Center look nice. But it is not helping those people who have a strip shopping there. So what will happen is that people will be, if you had a place other than that, where they could go and meet people in a park and to sit and to get their laptop out, and I call it the new urban center, which is the young people's center, and nobody's looking at that anymore except Royal Oak. And I don't mean to be intense as Royal Oak, but you have to have an area where people can come together. You know, if there was a circle of restaurants, take all these restaurants that we got 1 mile long and put them in a circle, look how many people would come into that center. And they'd go and get whatever they want. But there's nobody gonna park down here and drive all the way down to Wings, walk down to Wings, and then go back to an office building. They're not gonna do it. And so something has to be centralized, you know, so that people who have all this space, and like I said, we have a survey of town center, those occupants, of what they would like to see. And we have to start servicing them, otherwise we'll never keep them in town. And when they go to Birmingham because there's a place to get out at lunchtime and take a walk, and walk downtown, go to a park, that's what we're losing. We see people leaving our city because they want that environment. Look what they're building in downtown Royal Oak today. The same thing in Lofts, but they're downtown. They've got commercial down below, and they got lofts above. And that's just what we have to start attracting in the city. You know, because otherwise, all these places are going to be empty. And I don't care what they put out there, because if they increase in you know, their vacancy and occupancy rate, they're still going to lose it. You know, we're down to, what, 40%, 50% in these buildings now. And we're doing nothing to save the complexes we have. And I know it looks nice, it's great, and they want to expand and make money on this piece of property and do something. Once they build a new dormitory for LTU, those Chinese people are leaving there now. They're buying single-family homes for $100,000 in the city, and 4 or 5 are moving into them. Because I'm getting complaints that people are parking their cars with 4 and 5 cars in the driveway. And that's what's happening. They've got money, and they're moving into the small residential areas, buying a little house, and they're all moving out. And when the new LTU dormitory opens up, or units open up, now it's going to be competition. They've got everything going for them now, but once competition goes, everybody's going to hide Loft, but you don't have the environment to keep them there, because there's nothing to stay there. There's not even a restaurant in that area. Not even a restaurant.
You know, the bottom floor of the main building, the
Where?
east half of it, is
What?
set up for 2 restaurants, and we've had Aubrey's, we've had Bucharest Grill, we've had a couple other markets all come in and want to move in there, and it's just a matter of time.
You're talking about fast food.
No, these are sit-down restaurants. These are sit-down, family-style restaurants for
In
right
where?
here.
In where?
In the bottom floor of the main building that's there right now. You can Arbor Loft.
You know, I know you real well.
We've
I mean, I always act like I don't know what I'm talking about.
We've
When
held-
somebody for me, I get kind of hot about it, because you know what I'm saying. And I know if you're in the business of development, you know what I'm saying. You're looking out at Gilbert, what he's doing downtown, he's dragging businesses down to that main floor, because they need this stuff on the main floor so they can get occupancy in the office and the lofts. And that's what we're missing here. And if that was 10-foot-high ceilings, and you went along Civic Center Drive and put businesses and restaurants down at that main level, I mean, you even see that in Harmony Park. You got lofts above, and you got restaurants below. But when you start taking away that land, there's no place anybody's going to go. I had a restaurant at 10 Mile and Northwestern. That was the biggest problem that we had. We were on a one-way street. And that's why there was nothing else here. And then they opened all these fast things along the strip, which take away all the lunch business. And so a good restaurant can't exist because you're robbing them of the lunch business, and then they close up and you don't get the night. You either have to have lunch at night, or you have to have breakfast and lunch. If you don't have either one, you're gone. And we don't have liquor licenses in that area. We don't have people coming in there. Where the LTU goes to telegraph at McVee's. I mean, we don't have even the fraternities hanging around the area anymore. We have Detroit Social Club comes over to the sand pit, and they go back. They don't stay here. They either go to Royal Oak, go to Birmingham, or go back to Corktown. You know, and so what we have to do is provide these people a place where they can settle in and come together in a centralized area. And if I see how that fit into the plan, I'd absolutely be for it. But it doesn't. It doesn't fit anywhere near what's supposed to happen across the street. Nothing. And I can't be, going against the plan that has been, and the biggest problem is everybody who owns a property doesn't want to buy into the plan. And I say either we force them to do the plan or forget about it. One or the other, and council makes the decision, Either you buy into the plan and agree with it. I took that to the University of Minnesota 30 years ago. Everybody said it was the greatest thing since Buttermilk, right off I-696, center of it all. You got the best retail area in the whole doggone southeast Michigan. And everybody bought the land and sat on it. And that's what our problem is, that we're trying to save 30 million square feet of office space tenants to stay here and enjoy themselves, maybe stay after work and enjoy themselves, but unless you provide that amenity, you're not going to be able to save these places. And sooner or later, those lofts will change into something else, and no place for them to go. So they're going to go have a cup of coffee. That's not what they want. That's not what the young people want. They want a place that they can gather.
Sir, we're bringing people here. You have 200 more people on that site that you didn't have a year ago. Somebody put $5 million, $6 million into that building to put 200 people on the ground there, and now they want to put 20 or 30 more people on the ground to increase the population down here so that there can be a commercial employee.
What are all those people going to do when they reside there? Where are they going to go?
We got to get them there first, and then we can build the commercial.
Where are you going to build a commercial?
In the 30,000 square foot building that's approved on the back of the site.
Come on, you know what I'm talking about. You have to have a little central area that people can walk right down the street, one after the other. They're not going to go to one little restaurant and stay there. They're going to be traveling. They're going to get on the expressway and go to Royal Oaks is what they're going to do.
There's 15 acres across the street for somebody to build commercial for us.
Well, why don't you build it there? Why are you telling somebody else to build it? Why don't you build it there? If the guy's going to move across the street with another strip, across here, Travelers, they did a market study. Rossetti did a market study. We have 30, 40 market studies that say, hey, we can house even a department store over here across the street. If somebody would go owns the land, we'd start looking at market studies instead of going somewhere else and building. And that's what's really happening.
We're on the same side of the argument.
After a while,
We're on the same side of the argument.
You don't want the property, tell them to sell it. And let somebody who wants to build it, like Jonah, come in and come in here and build big strip centers and put some lively activities in this area. It's Deadsville. It's Deadsville. Yes.
Don and I are drinking from the same water supply today, because I'll echo some of his thoughts. What concerns me is that we're trying to create this walkable center along Civic Center Drive and Central Park Boulevard, and I don't think that by not having retail immediately available on the main path, which is Civic Center Drive, I think it's limiting people to walk to where, unless you live there, you're not going to go anywhere. So I hear what you're saying, that, that people are waiting for data before they want to invest, and I think Bucharest would be excellent in the main building, but I think, waiting a little longer is going to pay off in the long run, not just for the developer, but for the city and for the vision. And if we can, hold on just a little bit longer to get, I'm okay with the whole block strip, that goes from the corner of Central Park Boulevard and Civic Center Drive the whole length of the project. So I'm even okay with expanding it from that corner development all the way down. But and maybe some of it is just strict residential. But if you're not having a whole aspect of it besides that one corner that's retail, there's nowhere to walk to. It's kind of limiting the walkability of that whole vision, which I buy into. And I know that Gal has a lot of enthusiasm for this project and wants it to succeed. And I think that the success of this is just waiting a little bit longer and being able to market it as this true mixed use. Retail on the bottom floor, residential on the top. So I'm a little uncomfortable about moving forward with just strict residential, especially because it's up to that main Civic Center Drive corridor. In any other aspect of the project, I could buy into it, even if along the western part of it. But along that southern line, that's got to be retail, because that, once you put up just strict residential, that is no longer a block of commerce. That's just a block of residential. And I think that limits the vision that we're going for.
Can I respond to that? The idea that was brought to me from Pomeroy, from Terry, and from discussions about Central Park, Central Park was the cityscape that was going for the creation of the walkable line. Even the renderings that you have show this retail being extended that way, but nothing over there. We're putting something where nothing is in your renderings, in your vision. We're putting more housing. We're putting people on the ground in the city. And to be honest with you, we're one piece of an overall plan. Each piece can't be the whole plan. We have to be a small component, and somebody else has to be another component.
And you know what I would compare it to is if you look across the street, you have, residential. It looks nice, it's sleek, it comes up right to the road, but nobody walks to it. There's just nothing to walk to unless you live there. And I just think that you have two main arteries, Central Park Boulevard and Civic Center Drive, and if you're completely limiting one of those arteries to just residential where there's, you're just not going to have the type of vibrancy or walkability that we're trying to plan for this entire district. If it was anywhere else on the project, even if this was a part of, phase 3 and on the interior end, I could probably negotiate or buy into it a little bit more, but this is right on Civic Center Drive. And this is, I think, I don't know I don't see the rest of the map and the rest of, the vision, but it's not, I just don't see strict residential on a huge component of this plan. So it does concern me, and you're the one who is saying, we are getting some buy-in, we're slowly moving. I think it's worth it for both the city's end and the developer's end to just hang on, and then we can kind of complete this vision that we have on the map here. So those are my opinions on it.
Okay, Mr. Sykes.
How many units are you proposing here?
16.
16. Well, I agree with Don, and I agree with Jeremy. I saw something high-rise on that corner. I think Civic Center Drive is a major thoroughfare. We've also developed an education corridor here. We have the University of Phoenix, we have Central Michigan University, we have LTU, of course, we have Siena Heights, and now we just added on the other end, Spring Arbor. There are people who are coming for evening classes, a concentration of them in at least 5 centers there, and they need places to eat before they go to class or after class. I mean, we've talked a long time about a pub and grub place for people to, after class. I mean, when I was a student at Wayne State, we always did something on Cass or one of the streets around Wayne, because that's a lot of time, we got out of class and we were at group projects. We had to congregate somewhere before we went back to, our jobs the next day or whatever. That's really what we want here, and I think that, one, this is too small. It's too small a project. It's a major thoroughfare. It needs a high-rise building, something with a little more presence than this. I wouldn't mind the boxiness of it, but it's low boxy. And I don't think it's unattractive, mind you, but it's just low boxy. And this is a thoroughfare. And then I think you're also missing the boat. Just because one building is 95% occupied with small units, and they're very, very nice. I think they're perfect. If I were a LTU student, I would certainly think about living there.
They're not small. They're big units.
Yeah, well, I know, I've been in them,
Yeah.
but I mean, the bedrooms are small, but the common space is nice. At any rate, at 635 square feet, it's split on 2 floors, right? So you got, 300 square feet per floor, or maybe 401, 250 on the other, something, whatever it is. I really think you need to put in a mix of units besides just 635 square feet. And again, I see a high-rise building, something more than this. I agree with what's been said before me. We definitely need the residential to make this a walkable district and to support the retail and support the restaurants. We definitely need more residential here. So I think you're right on track on that, but this plan to me is selling us short. So, you know.
It's all we can do. It's all we can do. Gotta take baby steps. Gotta move the ball forward.
Mayor Long.
You show the slide where there are patios like in the front. I would be very concerned if you're going to flood into a sidewalk for a number of reasons. You can't manage how people use that area. You can say what can be and what can't. And just from an aesthetic nature of creating, and it's a major there, I just wouldn't support having the lobby or the yard of the unit just being right on the drive-through. I think so much has been said, so I don't need to recreate it. I want us to increase the residential in our city, so I'm not opposed to that. It's just that I feel that this unit has to bring more. And this is a conversation later for the council, but if we truly wanted what we're saying, and we all seem to know what we want, it's time for us to start talking about giving some kind of incentive. We give tax incentives and tax breaks all the time to existing businesses to keep them. So if we want a grocery store, if we want, other cities do it. They never would have done the Whole Food in this town if there had not been some type of concession, some type of tax, some type of carrot. And if we really want to develop this to a retail area, I think it's serious because we've seen that the individual owners are not doing it on their own, that we as a city decide, is it worth the initial investment to attract, because if you want a Whole Food or you want a, I don't know, whatever it is we want, a Whole Food, do we go and say, if you come to this spot, you'll be in whatever kind of tax-free zone, and then that owner of that property could pass that on to the developer? Because long-term, if we get the retail that we want, we're confident that it'll thrive. We're saying that if we bring it there, we need a big liquor store, watering hole. At what point, and I know other cities do it, at what point do we get serious about it and start offering those types of incentives?
Can I look at this rendering briefly? We all realize that from our previous approvals that all of this is retail, all of this is retail, and all of this is retail. This is up to 4 stories of retail. This is 1 story with 14-foot ceilings, and this was 1 large story. All we're doing is saying, let's put some housing along here because we don't think that's the destination area. We think that whatever goes here and whatever goes here is the destination area. That's all we're saying. That's all we're getting at this. We need an urban edge, a campus feel. We can do it with boxy, tall units. That's it. I mean, and then all these spaces are still there. There's probably 25,000 here. There's probably 15,000 here. There's 10,000 there. There's 10,000 there. So they all have the urban edge. They all have the walkable places. Nobody's signing leases until there's bodies on the ground. Young professionals that are coming and going and not doing a lot of cooking is what they want in this property. So, and believe me, they've been trying to get everybody. The Applebaum family knows everybody. They can find anybody they want. They can incentivize anybody they want, and there's nobody signing leases because there's not enough momentum. And even though this might not be the ideal end game for the whole project, it certainly could be a piece of that whole vision without interfering with the vision's future. So that's my...
Mr. Frazier, did you have any comments?
No, everything that I was going to say or think about has been said.
Okay, we'll back to you.
I'd just like to say, I'm not the only one that's talking this way. This is Michigan Municipal League talking about all the new, small little communities that are now expanding in 21st century. And it's nothing like this. I mean, all these things have artwork, they have tents, you know, commercial tied in with residential. That's the same residential. You go up higher, you got commercial on the main floor, you got lofts on the upstairs. That's what everybody's doing. That's what they're doing in Royal Oak. That's what they're doing in Birmingham. That's what they're doing in Wixom. That's what they're doing in Pontiac now on Saginaw. And why is it that when they come to Southfield, you know, nobody buys into, and youth are going to come here are going to save the city. I mean, we cannot continue to not, you know, the greatest thing is OCC expanding. That's going to bring a lot of youth to our city. But we have to be next century. When I'm gone, you know, the young people are going to make this community. It's not us. You know, it's going to be you guys. And there's nothing here for you. There's nothing here for you. Go look at the guy playing Frisbee out in front. Where do they go when they get out of here? Go talk to Detroit Social Club. Ask them where do they go. I go and talk to them. They don't stay in Southfield. And those are the people who find a restaurant, find a nice loft, come over here and play, go home and eat, whatever they're going to do. And that with all the ones that Mr. Cyber mentioned, all these universities open around here. Can you imagine all these universities and there's no place to hang out?
I just want to comment, the mayor's dialogue about investment and incentives. The parcel immediately to the east and the administration working with our business development and economic development, we're happy to have that dialogue with any developer. We usually like the developer to lead with the request. We don't generally lead with, here's an incentive. The incentives that would be available would probably be brownfield commercial rehabilitation tax credit. The city's not used the neighborhood enterprise zone. What I'm hearing in most of these incentives is there's an issue with the height, the proposed use. I'm hearing that council would like to see more retail mixed use. And to the developer, is there an option of live, work, undulation in the skyline, instead of the parking being in the rear, could you do, and I'll use, for example, Main Street, Royal Oak, the Chin Jewelry. The parking is at the lower level. Lofts on 9 Mile and Ferndale, parking is the lower level, then the residential stacked on front with the small retail venue on the street beside. And you know, what will motivate us is obviously tax shield. We work at, you know, taxes and population. And we know we need the residential population to drive the nighttime use, get things. The challenge for us, and I think Councilman Picassi articulates it very well, the land use pattern has been built along the corridor. Everyone, and how do we take this now mile stretch and try to add some depth to this downtown? You know, so my message to the developer and to council, we are always happy to explore the different incentives. Obviously, these incentives, when we're working, need to be working something that we can come to consensus with council and that are consistent with our vision for this site. And I think, as Councilman Picassi has said, we've articulated a lot of our vision over the years. I think we have a challenge getting the marketplace to be in sync with what our market is. But I will say to folks, you know, this is a community that, you know, used to have a mobile home park where you have some beautiful homes, Spring Haven, and some nice condos. You did the Lear project. You cleaned up and assembled a huge tract of land. And when everyone else said, we'll go out and do it in a greenfield to get 40 green acres. Well, you know, this city's mastered these tools. You took a dead shopping center at 12 Mile and Telegraph, and you repositioned that into one of the best power center retail, you know. So we know how to use incentives here, and I think council has demonstrated a lot of leadership historically. You know, so to our developer, you know, we're willing to continue to stay at the table and look at what we could do to get something. I know right now the apartment market is the hot market. I also, and I'll comment on this in economic development, we continue to do a lot to attract new retailers. We're at the ICS at the national level, the regional, the state. Last year, we had that tour of restaurant retail people. We had, I think, almost 80 people on a bus tour. And we've got 60,000 square feet of retail space being built in Southfield now. And Terry, if I'm right, 28,000 of it is in the city center area?
That's likely
You know,
under construction.
So, I think you're on the right track, and if the developer and the council desires, we're happy to explore what incentives may be available.
Mr. Moss.
I'm good.
Mr. Stiver.
Yeah, I don't want to create a debate, but I appreciate your comment about the baby steps, and that hopefully you grow and you get the synergy. The only problem I have with that is that you're proposing something I think is too small on a major artery that then we're stuck with. Once it's built, we're not going to tear it down. You're not going to throw it away and then put up something larger. That's my problem with the baby step analogy for this particular site.
Okay, you know, we're the same height as the street, the building across the street. To match with that, I'm just
Yeah, I know.
Just for the context, I don't show.
I want to see, personally, we always saw something higher there, on all our early renderings. But, okay.
Mr. Lance.
Yes, I'm listening quietly, taking it all in. I think I agree with Don, I agree with Ken, with Jeremy. I'm inclined to think the same way that they're thinking. So, I don't know why you're pushing this now. I think you should wait.
The demand is there, we're just trying to respond to demand.
You tell us the demand is there.
I know the demand is there for this project.
It doesn't appeal to me that you're saying the demand is there.
We have a waiting list of this demand today.
Well, you can have all the demand you want, I don't think it's a problem.
I have zero demand for retail on that street. Zero people on the list. I'm just saying, I can't make things happen. I mean, you'd have to buy it. The city would have to buy the retail.
Well, we don't have to buy what isn't good for us. It's our opinion.
I don't know. I mean, residential is part of this site, I thought.
How long is the waiting list?
That residential is not for that part, proper thing.
All right, we have a few more comments made by council, and then we're going to wrap the discussion up. Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening about what can draw, and it seems to me that one of the things that is a real magnet for young people, actually people of all ages, is the mini brewery, a craft that brews craft type beers. I know my son and my son-in-laws are always out looking for the new beer, the next new beer, to find out. And they've got to go down to my son-in-law's house. He's got a refrigerator full of beer that I've never heard of. That it's all crafted locally. Now, to our attorney, if I remember right, microbrewery can get a special kind of a liquor license if it's in a development area.
Right, we've explored that in the past, but we've never gone through the formal designations of those.
But we keep making odd zones, the development zones, and I don't know if this is considered the same thing, but if we did that, then we could be a primary to have them recruit for a...
Additional licenses.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, I was in the one in Grand Rapids, and it was wall-to-wall people, and it was all ages. It was people.
The gentleman's not even listening to your comments anymore.
Well, that just tells me how I'm going to vote.
I appreciate the ideas about what retailers can come, but that's not what my job. My job is just, I'm told, add.
You're the only one we can talk to.
I understand. I walk the place with lots of restaurants, and they can't make
I'm not talking about, I wasn't talking about a restaurant.
breweries.
Well, that's the problem with having people not involved in the city speak for the people who are going to be here.
Well, I submit these.
Okay, Missy Moore.
Well, I'll just make it quick. I agree with Don and I agree with Ken and Jeremy. I think we're pretty much all on the same page. People can come in here and tell us what we need, but I think we've had enough experience and talked to enough people that we know what we want, we know what works, what works. And we've been studying this for a long time, so it just doesn't fit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you've heard the comments.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the next item on our agenda, and we'll back up to number 5, and that's the Southfield Base update. And Mr. Cole, are you taking that one?
Yes. Well, it's been a little while since we last formally discussed this item with council. We wanted to bring it back for an update and an item to move forward. As you recall, the Southfield's Coasting the Baseline project would be the fourth. There are currently ones in Northville, Farmington Hills, and Novi. This fourth one is being proposed on 8 Mile and Rutland. And these are some of the images to refresh the council's memory. It's basically a 10-foot tall obelisk of alternating black and white granite. The obelisk was chosen because it's a surveying tool. Back in 18 baseline was established using surveying methods east-west across Michigan, and the prime meridian ran north-south through Jackson. Today, baseline is also known as 8 Mile Road. And different items from the colonial period, as well as early state history and then local state history, have been incorporated into each of the 4 different obelisks. The proposed locations on 1-acre city-owned property, West 8 Mile Road, Rutland Drive, and the proposed baseline monument would be located in the lower southeast corner of the property, keeping it available for future development if the city sees fit. We've shared the concept plan here before, a patio with the obelisk in the center, some landscape screening, benches, trash receptacles, and access to the existing public sidewalk system. And conceptually, brick piers with wrought iron fencing and some pedestrian amenities on the exterior of the plaza. We've taken that concept a little bit further to tie into the surveying theme. Originally, Southfield Township, as many other townships, were developed on a 6-by-6 mile grid, 36 sections, starting from the upper right-hand corner and zigzagging back and forth to the 36 square. This is where the corner of 8 Mile and Greenfield Road is located today. The obelisk would be centered here, and the subsequent land use pattern with the different municipalities being carved out of the original 36 square township, with Southfield shown as roughly 27 square miles of that original 36. The obelisk details would include latitude and longitude, quotes from Native Americans, our Rouge River watershed, which is important to the history of Southfield. Also, based on the period of time when it was developed, quotes from English as well as early surveyors, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. And then with some initial input from the Southfield Historical Society, some of our early pioneers and settlers in the community, having a symbol representing our role in the Underground Railroad, and then some base images of some of our significant architectural elements in the history of Southfield would be incorporated in the obelisk, as well as some early both individuals and business community developers who helped with the growth of the city.
And then incorporating today more relevant interaction with the first Peace Walk in Michigan, quotes from Martin Luther King. And to date, the committee has raised approximately $28,000. We've tightened up our cost estimates, and we're around $33,000 to install Phase 1, which would include the obelisk, the granite itself, the inscription, the base, and the 24 by 24 foot concrete plaza. Additional items would come in Phase 2 as some landscaping, benches, wrought iron fencing, and so forth. And we're really close to being able to break ground on it. Since it is on city property, we'd be looking to come back in 2 weeks to get permission from City Council authorizing the eventual construction. We're still optimistic that we could begin this construction phase this year, but we still have a little ways to go with regards to finishing our fundraising. And again, this is to bring this as an update, to answer any questions. I know there's 3 council people that are on the subcommittee here that could weigh in as well. But ultimately, we're looking to come back in 2 weeks as a consent item to get authorization or permission to start construction as the timing allows this year.
All right, this should be updated at this point. Any questions, Tom?
I've got a question. You know, and the mayor, I have to just make a comment. I understand that, you know, this committee met several times and did all the work, and I got to attend the majority of all the work that was done here. And I understand there's a change now in what we approved as a committee, and I wonder why is it being changed?
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, this is what we approved. This is what has been approved.
So, what are you saying?
Something's been added.
When, only thing that I think I know what you're talking about.
Now, Martin Luther King is on there, which wasn't on that one that we just did. There's nothing, you know, anti-Martin Luther King, but this is supposed to be actually designating a survey, a stake on 8 Mile Road, and it's supposed to give some history of 8 Mile Road and the township that it went through, and I just didn't, you know, if they want to put that on some way else on that site, it's fine, but I just don't think it fits on the survey stake itself, because it has no meaning to what they're talking about. Surveying a roadway and talking about this township back when it was first developed, I think, you know, everything is township based. All the dates are township and older. And now we're into another generation. And that's all, I think, you know.
I did not make the recommendation for Martin Luther King.
Maybe I should clarify.
Please.
We haven't decided.
Yeah. Knowing that this was on the agenda for today, Mayor Lawrence called me last week and asked me, can you give me an update where things are? And I gave her the update. And then she asked me what's on the plan for the obelisk, and I told her. And she said, you know, Ken, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'll just make an observation. You put a lot of work into collecting the money. Matter of fact, I have another check right here that I received today for $500. People are continuing to donate really every week. And she said that she felt that, and I agreed with her, that we want this to be a positive thing, and that we don't want people to point at it and say, well, I don't feel represented there. And so I had suggested that, you know, one of the things that we're coming up on this January is the 30th anniversary of our Peace Walk. And we've just finished, we have a 64-page commemorative book on the Martin Luther King Task Force and the work it's done in Southfield. And it's a significant become a significant piece of our history.
So I thought it might be fitting, and I made it as a suggestion after the committee meeting by email, that we add something about the peace walk to the Obelisk. It could be argued that Northland or Mary Thompson or Harry Brooks or John Daniels have nothing to do with surveying either. And I don't personally. This is a great project, and we're going to be, and we are going to finish it, and we are going to. I have other sources of people who've expressed interest, and I'm following up with. And we see a whole curriculum tied to this for the teaching of local history as well as Michigan history, the Northwest Ordinance, and the importance. One of the reasons we're doing this in the first place is because 8 Mile is a huge border of ours. It's 6 miles long, and it's a significant piece of sort of the impacts of the image of 8 Mile. And this is something that, we can't help what goes on in Detroit on 8 Mile with the topless bars and the big neon signs that are just, in my view, awful. But they're not even neon, they're the new, what are they? What's the word I want? Electronic signs, but they're blinding, they're so bright. LED lights, thank you. At any rate, we can't help what goes on the south side of 8 Mile, but we've worked hard over the years on our side and the image. And so that's why we entered this project all along. And we've had tremendous support from a lot of people across the city. And neighborhoods like Beacon Square have contributed $500 to it. The Southfield Historical Society, individual residents, and many businesses on 8 Mile have contributed. So we want to make it a very positive thing. And so the suggestion is to make it a little more inclusive. There is a reference to Native American on there. And this is just the mayor's suggestion. I wanted to be clear. She didn't call me and say, Ken, you need to tell the committee to do this. She just said, I would hate to see this project, and I'm speaking for you, Brenda, and you can certainly...
If I could, I can tell you.
Yeah.
I tell you, so often African Americans are written out of history, and I say written out of or excluded. Here we are putting up a historic marker here. Ken said there has been some research that the first African American person for Southfield was buried. They can't find his name in the cemetery over on
Pioneer Cemetery.
Yeah.
First African American.
So, here we are, we have an opportunity to put up a marker when we're talking about history. And I said, where is there included in this, when you're talking about Northland, clearly is after American, talking about Lawrence Seth. And I said, I am sensitive to the fact anytime that we are putting up history, and I'm proud to see that the Native American was included, because that's very clear. But we are, and I told this to Ken, if we're having an opportunity on 8 Mile Road, I said, because if you, just think about it, you bring little African American children here, there's going to be nothing on here that pops up. And so then he did mention the underground railroad piece that's on here. But you had quotes by people and references to things that were way after that. And that was my concern. And I said I will express that. And I think that we have an opportunity here to be inclusive and to make sure that when our children come and look at this in the history, because, there are books that are written that imply that African Americans did nothing to build this country. We didn't sacrifice our lives for wars. And I just didn't want that to happen here now. And that's what the conversation was.
Well, let me just say this, that I didn't look at it as representing any group. I thought it was representing a statement of that this roadway was surveyed in such and such a time, and these things were found at that particular time. And I thought that everything was pre-city of Southfield on there. Most of it is, we became city 58, and so everything was prior to us becoming a city and somewhere historical. I didn't mean to undermine that any of the African Americans who are here. It's just that, you know, honoring groups, and it should be carefully done so that nobody is hurt. I look at this as a survey marker. Matter of fact, I had very little input, and I'll tell you, in these things, because the history people, our historical society, paid a lot into putting all these things on there. Matter of fact, I wanted to put some things on there that wouldn't let me. So, I mean, but anyway, I mean, there was a lot of things in history that I remember and got books on, and I said, hey, you know, this guy over here, you know, this guy over here, and it was all pre-Southfield. But, you know, and as far as Martin Luther King, I mean, I wanted to make it really clear that, you know, I had the first Martin Luther King Day in the city of Southfield. I held it at Southfield Lathrop School in 1985. So, I mean, it's nothing against Martin Luther King, because I worked with Senator Jackie Bond III through that whole thing and got it to be a history-making holiday in the state of Michigan and also nationally. My office fought it on. I was one of 3 mayors in the state of Michigan that worked with him to get that done. So it's nothing against that. I just look at things, and what am I trying to define here? What are we, the marker? And I just thought that the historical committee met, and they brought this. I seen this like this, and Jeremy was at the same meeting, and we just looked at it and said, okay, if everybody agrees that that's the way it should be done, you know, it's fine.
So the committee agreed with the...
In the committee, you know, the committee was the one that, nobody wanted to participate in this from the city, and the committee is the one that been meeting, and Ken in particular, been meeting and trying to put all this money together, you know, with no city funds are in this, excepting for now that the placement is on city property. But you know, and it's tough when you have all these meetings and do all the work, and then all of a sudden the things are finalized and somebody wants to make a change. And as far as I'm concerned, that is not a deal breaker for me. I just saying that I just felt that it was not in keeping with the spirit of this thing that we're trying to accomplish, and what all these individuals' input was. And 2 of them are going to be here. They're working, and they could not be here at the 1 o'clock meeting. Some of the historical society who put a lot of work into this. But I don't really care that way. I'm not going to make it, like I said, a deal breaker. But I just think that.
So does the committee approve the change? That's what I'm asking.
We didn't meet on the change. I just got an email. I've been out of electricity until tonight, this morning, and so I just didn't.
I personally thought the mayor's point was well taken, and that, you know, one of the components of this is education. And I taught American history. I taught Southfield history, and I'm still called on to be a guest speaker in Southfield schools all the time, and take kids on tours of the Berg and the Thompson House and all of that. And I always talk about, what people don't know is, there were always people of color in Southfield Township. But again, given the times, they were farm workers, they were not landowners. The census of, I think, 1860 shows, I think, about 200 people of color, not all of them African American, but people of color working on the farms in Southfield Township. And as I pointed out to the mayor, and it really speaks to her point, the David Harmon family came out here in the 1820s. They had a farm, and they brought a freedman from Connecticut with them. He's invisible. He took ill after they created the Pioneer Cemetery, and they buried him there, first person interred there, and nobody knows his name. He's invisible. And that's part of our history, quite honestly, sadly, but that doesn't mean that we have to continue that. I mean, so today, we don't know his name, we've never found his name, and it wasn't until 2-3 years ago that we actually found an indefinite link to the Underground Railroad, although it was for years rumored about the Code House. And so here we have this church next door, and the farmer that was at the corner of where Bernie School is was one of the abolitionists. I looked up the deed and got the name from school records of who had lived there. But and he attended the church next door with that pastor who was linked to the whole abolitionist movement in Michigan that was centered in Ann Arbor. But anyhow, we want to see kids come to this site and something that they can relate to besides the Underground Railroad. And there's a King George quote for the colonies. There's 2 Thomas Jefferson quotes, because Thomas Jefferson was instrumental in scientific, instead of lands, meets and ends, or meets and bounds, to scientific principles of measuring land, modern surveying, and then the Native American is quoted. And I thought it would, we've made a big thing in this community for 30 years, and then Myron has been lockstep in the committee planning every year, along with me, that and the rest of the people on the Martin Luther King task force, that might be very appropriate as they celebrate their 30th anniversary to have them represented on this. It's such an inclusive organization and multicultural that, as you will see next January with the 30th anniversary program, that it's not a black organization, it's a multicultural organization, because it's all about peace, brotherhood, and nonviolence. And so I just thought I made this suggestion by email because we'd already met, and I talked to Brenda, I don't know, what was it, 11 o'clock at night on Thursday. So.
But, I have, like I said, Ken, you're the chair of it, I have no objection to it. I just get involved in things, and everything goes, according to, we meet 9 o'clock in the morning, and then the historical group comes in, and it plays a big part in it, much more than I did. Well,
we were very focused on the beginning.
And you're talking about surveys,
and I
and
think
then all
it's
of a sudden I
appropriate
thought we were all,
to tie in something else.
I have a whole lot of history about the city too, and the things I raised, we got knocked out. A lot of things I raised, but that's...
Part of that is because the engraver has told us he can't do everything we wanted.
Yeah.
You just physically can't put it all on the obelisk.
Yeah, we had the first bowling alley in Oakland County, right on 12 Mile Road in Sutherland. I mean...
They could put a concrete bowling ball right next to the
we had a lot of history here. I could draw you a picture of it,
There you go.
But we were talking about a survey cover, but you have to also explain, Ken, that we only had 2 sides that we had, could add anything to, so that kind of limited it too. But whatever you want to do is fine.
Yeah, I have a question, Ken, in all of your research on this. Has anything come up ever about TV government in Southfield? I mean, we've had people that live here, we've had people that work here that are very well known. Is there any...
No, that hasn't come up, but we have, that's been part of Martin Luther King.
They were there last year?
You're all going to get a beautiful 64-page book in January celebrating 30 years of Martin Luther King, and it's so inclusive. And Tuskegee Airmen are in there, but so are Indians and Hindus and Buffalo Soldiers, and Myron contributed a whole number of pictures along with Lamar Gray for the book. And it's really a wonderful piece of diversity that reflects...
But when you're talking about the children, we want to have something for them to look at. I mean, obviously, the African American soldiers during the Civil War played a huge role
you know, this obelisk can't be, it can't do everything, so it has to be representative. And then the people, if it piques their curiosity, then it can go and find a lot more stuff.
And then another thing that we're doing, in the bricks, people have paid to have their name in a brick paver. And then we are adding bricks that highlight other points of history that we just couldn't put on the obelisk. And some of them are more current.
If I gave the name to somebody, a couple people would Tuskegee them, and that would be interesting.
Tuskegee, the Buffalo Soldier would be
More appropriate, right. Just,
Tuskegee, yeah.
well,
It will
only
work
if
too.
they lived here.
Yeah.
Only if they lived here.
I know Mr. Alexander Jefferson, who's one of the Tuskegee Airmen. He's spoken several times.
I'm not
at
thinking of him,
MLK.
there are others.
Yeah, but,
That's a true thought.
yeah.
Okay, so we will hear from you in 2 weeks.
Well, really, I think we got on a side discussion, but all we're asking is that this go on the consent agenda so we have permission, council permission, to begin construction, because this is city property that we're putting the obelisk on.
But I thought Terry said he was gonna come back and, you're coming back in 2 weeks for
It's a consent
consensus
item.
at that time?
Right, and we're just asking, is there consensus to allow us to do that?
Okay, it wasn't clear here.
I thought we were under a deadline, excuse me, Myron, I thought we were under a deadline to get this before, ordered, marble or something.
The marble,
The granite's in the order, it's paid for.
Yeah, but they haven't started working on it yet.
they haven't started the inscriptions yet, just because we want to finalize the money and the details. But before we could authorize the concrete to be poured, or the foundation to be put in, we need permission from the city. The 2-week time period works, if we can get an answer on the 22nd.
But your document shows that you're still short.
I will have the
phase
money.
one.
I have other promises, I just got $500 today, and we will have the money. I have assurances.
Yeah, just to be legal about this one, do we have to deed that little piece of property so that if we sell the rest of that property to a developer,
Well, you
It's still ours.
wouldn't deed it, but when you sell the rest of the property, you would reserve this little piece. That
What
would be
would color?
outside of the deed.
What
That
would-
the city would still own it.
yeah,
So you would reserve that out of the deed. You're not gonna deed it away now, you still own, you wanna own where the obelisk
Yeah,
is going to be located.
Yeah, I know.
So we'll own it, and then if you were to sell it, sell the remainder of the parcel, you would just carve this out on a legal description, that would remain with the city.
so it has to be resurveyed, if you would.
Right, we'll have to have some legal description that would carve out that little piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'd hate to have that overlooked, and then some developer come in and
And then take it
need to
down.
put, they need to put a
Right.
curb cut there.
Right, right. No, we would have, if there is a decision in the future to sell, we need to do that. We'll have to have an actual survey done to exclude that little piece.
Should that be part of a legal document or something, so that, you know, when we're all gone and somebody else is sitting here, they remember to do that?
Well,
at point of sale, we would memorialize that, but it's also my understanding, I'm sorry for jumping in, that this has been laid out as part
Yeah, I
of
was
the
just
front
gonna
yard
say,
and side
I
yard
was gonna say that
setbacks and-
we took a typical drugstore layout, where you have the CVS at Losser and 12 Mile, or 11 Mile. And they have almost a similar sized plaza that's been dedicated, that doesn't interfere with the building or parking. So we've already done that preliminary step, that this would not impede future development should there be
Okay,
a
as long
type
as-
of development for a 1-acre parcel.
As long as it's been taken care of, that's fine with me. However it's been taken care of.
And I agree, I think it's at the point of sale, that whatever legal things, but we, as a committee, I've kind of been working outside of the city, who's authorizing us to hire a contractor to pour concrete on city property without council's permission? And that's whatever, working with the attorney, whatever legal documents we need in order to do that, insurance and so forth, we have to work towards that, but we need council's permission to do that on city property, and that's what we'll be looking for in 2 weeks.
Can you go back to the slide with the finances? I just want to make sure I have no problem with this forward, where I want to make sure that the dollars are in hand, so that the city doesn't become obligated.
Right.
Should, and I know Ken said that people that make promises, but
So
you can't bank on that.
Yes, we'll get the money.
the obelisk has already been paid for,
At 5, so.
and we have enough money to do the basin inscriptions and the inscription install. Or we have enough money to pour the concrete plaza and put the foundation in with the donor brick. We can't do both simultaneously without raising a few $1,000s more, and what I heard is that we will be able to get there.
Well, we've actually talked them out about doing the $39.75, and those would go on a separate stone. That I did get a consent from with TECA to donate a slab of granite with the engraving of the chief donors as a separate, rather than put this on the base. So we could take $3,900 out of there, and then we already have the money. But I have people who are going to support this. Some of them have waited because they wanted to see if it was really going to happen.
That was the biggest part.
Yeah, and we've crossed that now. I mean, this is a lot of money just to go and knock on doors and say, could you contribute? And a lot of them I just asked, some people gave $15, I mean, $30, $50, a whole bunch of it.
Well, the whole thing is, let's say you did run out of money, then you just stop until you get more money and finish it, so.
That's what the landscaping is, and the
Yeah.
benches, and I have meetings coming up with business people, one this week, that I'm positive I'm going to get several $1,000s from.
The last thing I'd like to say is, please, 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 go over the spelling of every word that goes on, so that you don't spell something wrong.
Like Fraser.
So,
Yeah, but I might add, if council and mayor have people who they can touch and give us some money for that, we'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay,
Oh, and just on that note, just very quickly, I have a letter, I have the newspaper article that carries pictures in with reenactment, and we have the brochure that goes with all of it, as part of our marketing, and I, sorry, Don, I forgot to bring it to you today, I said I would.
I just want to put on the table, we're asking our community to support this. This is something that is going to be enhancing to our area. I would again approach the council to consider making a donation to this. I think that it is something that is worthy, even if it's $1,000. I think the council, I think the city should have some skin in the game, and I don't see anything wrong with this. I know initially we had some concerns about the value of it, but as it progressed and we've been informed, I think for us to make a commitment, if we're asking the community to do it, that we put some skin in the game. I would say at least $1,000. That's my proposal.
This is the land, don't we own the land?
Yeah.
okay, without any objection, that will be forward to our
Yeah, this will be the last planning item, and hopefully we'll cover this briefly. As you recall, the council approved the Overlay Development District as an economic tool to spur future development. And within the city center itself, we've had 3 proposals come through and be approved by city council, totaling over 90,000 square feet of new mixed-use development. And we have some other large parcels in our community that we're trying to get redeveloped, and it would be nice to have that tool available. One in particular is the Blue Cross Blue Shield property.
We also have Federal Mogul, which will be vacating and relocating to the Blue Cross Blue Shield property. We have some large tracts just south of the city center district. And I also, looked at the Jonah development. It would have been nice to have that tool available for 10 acres and greater. So I'm asking the council to consider expanding the districts of eligibility for the overlay development district. Again, it doesn't lock the council in because each one would have to come forward and be negotiated and approved through a process that includes public hearing, planning commission input, and then final city council approval. I'm asking that if the council thinks that this is a good idea, to direct it back to the planning commission, and we would bring a recommendation back in a couple months. But timing is everything, as you know. We'd like to have this tool available. The brokers and the developers who are marketing the existing Federal Mogul site and others have said, boy, that would be nice to have that tool available to us. Now, it may be that we adopt it citywide, but have a parameter of 5 acres or greater or 10 acres or greater to be eligible, or it might have some variation of expanding the existing 3 boundaries, which include the city center, the DDA, and the Telegraph Road Tech Corridor. But we would like to proceed with further study and investigation and bring this back to council by the end of the year. I think this tool has proven its value in generating new interest in repurposing and generating new construction. And again, 92,000 square feet has been approved, of which more than half of that is either under construction or is about to go under construction. So within the last 18 months, this has definitely been a tool that the developers have taken advantage of that has generated new development.
Terry, the only thing I have a concern about, and it's nothing because it has to come back to us, but like the Federal Mogul you mentioned, and we have the DT building, and that's 14 acres there, that people, I guess I'll use Applebaum's piece as an example. You take something that was under an ordinance, parking requirements and its use, and you double up on it, and I said to myself, how did it work as an office building with all that site and need all that parking? And so it brings me back to the Federal Mogul piece. Depending on who takes that big building, you never know the parking. I go back here today, and those parking lots are all jammed, full. And that brought me to mind is that if we do anything across the street, we better look at maybe a parking deck, another parking deck or something. But depending on the use, and then somebody builds on that piece, and then somebody changes the use, and you're still stuck with that. You know what I mean? I have a hard time with where we're going with our ordinances that allowed the first zoning to take place and met its requirements, and then we're going to add something like Federal Mogul. I understand they want to build houses in the back.
Well, that's one of the concepts was to be truly mixed use and maybe build executive housing for some future tenant. They couldn't, under the current zoning, they can have office and research. They couldn't have commercial unless it's an accessory to the principal building, and they couldn't have housing. So they're looking at a broad spectrum. I think it's 14.5 acres, 15 acres, of doing a multiple mixed-use development. And by having that available tool, might attract some future developers that aren't thinking that way. The protection for the council has always been that each parcel is unique. You get to negotiate, and you get to agree that this makes sense or it doesn't make sense. And so, but the tool helps people think outside the box as far as potential redevelopment. And we do have some protections because we've eliminated some of the more nuisance type of uses that are eligible to come in under the district.
But the way these buildings are assessed, like Applebaum's, if you look at the assessment and somebody buys it at the assessed value, and they say, well, I got this cheap now, and I know if I go and buy this, I can go ahead and build, 5 commercial buildings on it. That takes, that throws everything out of whack. I mean, all the new buildings go on the roll, but at the same time, if it met the parking requirements initially, how do we keep moving this around? I mean, this guy could build, for example, lofts and it not work, and they turn them into something else. Then what'd you do with parking? So you can't do it? I mean, I just think we're putting ourselves in a hole because DTE's coming in, they're gonna have 80,000 square feet. Well, if they have 80,000, they got 93,000 now, how much parking are they gonna need for all the people gonna occupy, depending on what they do in these buildings, but how are they gonna occupy all that space? It's gotta be short somewhere.
Well, in that particular case, it's gone through the very first review at Planning Commission. And again, it's about how the uses. So research and testing does not require the same amount of intensity as an office worker. The reason that Arbor lost originally Civic Plaza when it was approved in the 60s required 600 spaces, 650 were built because there was 1 per every 200 square feet of office. When you shrink that down to only 170 person apartment, the requirements are a lot less.
If you put 20,000 square feet of shopping there, where are people gonna park?
Well, again, we look at that on a case-by-case basis.
If it's successful, and customers, there's not on-street parking, I mean, I just,
It gets to your point about the parking, Jeff.
Right?
It gets to your point about, at some point, there's a certain density where there's got to be public parking or some type of private parking garage that services everybody if we want it to be more walkable. And again, in the past, our challenge was we require 75-foot setback, the building gets built in the middle, and it's surrounded by parking because that's what our ordinance required. And if we want to get buildings up to the road and make it more pedestrian-friendly, mixed use, in the comments that you gave the developer earlier, is in line with having that tool available. And so all that we're asking is, I think this is an appropriate time for us to further study this and bring it back so that we can take advantage of these tools for some other larger parcels in the city.
But he was talking about 10 and 10, it was 20,000 square feet of new buildings. And he's still got, and then he's got the loft, and he's still got the same amount of land.
Again, that hasn't gone through any review process.
I just throwing these things up because I just want to throw up the red flag that if people are buying these buildings at discount prices, and now they, like IBM building, and they say, I think I'm going to take that back 40, and they got townhouses in north of this, I'm going to expand it, so now you're going to have uses. Well, in planning, you can have only so many residential and so many apartments, and depending on where the apartments are building, you're going to take away from the ones that are leasing today, because now you're causing a competitive marketplace. And if the guy is trying to get the same price up here as getting down south, then we're going to have empty units, we're going to have empty buildings. So, in other words, we can only stand so many multiples, 17,000 units, I guess we have now, something like
About
that.
50% of all units are multiples.
And so each one we build is either going to be some newcomer, or it's going to be somebody that's moving out of one of the existings and going. So I just have to make sure that we divvy this up, that we have so much commercial, so much residential, so much multiple and condominium, so that we don't end up with empty buildings. I mean, I see that happening now, where you got too many apartments in the wrong places.
All right, Ms. Seymour.
Okay.
So at this point, you're asking for consensus to direct his planning.
But I have no problem with
That's right.
that, with taking a consent, I have no problem with coming before us.
Mr. Lance, would you like a consensus to have this move forward? Mr.
Yes.
Monk?
Yes.
Seymour? Contest, say yes.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the Public Works project update, and we do have our information that was given to us.
Hey, Jerry. That's yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. The PowerPoint I'm going to do here, I gave everyone a copy of it so you can take it with you. We've got a lot of projects going on. It's a lot of dates and updates to keep track of, so you can keep that as a reference if you get any phone calls or anything. So our big evergreen Magnificent Mile project here for Northwestern up to I-696 is progressing along a little bit ahead of schedule. The biggest development has been Civic Center being closed right here at Evergreen. That went into effect late on Friday. That will be closed for about a month. So the detour, Central Park Boulevard, will take you back around to Evergreen and 11 Mile here to get back to the corridor. The mainline paving started last week and down at where they had finished the 10 Mile intersection, and that's progressed up to Civic Center. They've gapped out that Civic Center area. That closure is so that we can get some water main installed, some of the new water main that we're building, make our connection on Civic Center, and some of the stormwater infrastructure there. And then you'll see them, breaking up all the pavement and move forward after the utility work with the paving of that intersection, and then continue with the rest of the west side of the street. That 60-inch storm sewer through Travelers Tower property, still under construction. That's supposed to be completed by the end of this week. Things are always changing schedule-wise, it seems, depending on weather and how far they get with construction. So originally, we were doing a weekend closure for that 60-inch storm crossing, and then they thought that we would be getting into phase 4 of paving, which is the east side of the road, so that they wouldn't have to close the road. They'd be able to do half at a time. Now they say, even though we're ahead of schedule, we're about a month ahead of schedule, but in order for us to start on the west side of the road, we were going to start at the north end and start coming south. It's really just to get through that first roundabout would be about 2 months worth of work, and we're only 1 month ahead of road construction schedule. So it looks like there's not going to be any actual paving work on the east side of the road this year, which was for the original plan. We just thought we'd be a little ahead of the game by this point. But because we aren't doing that work on the east side of the road at all, that means we will have a weekend closure for that 60-inch storm sewer crossing. And that'll be sometime between the middle of October and middle of November. And so far, on budget in general, it's been a pretty smooth project. We haven't run into a lot of issues that couldn't be resolved rather quickly. Sometimes the underground, especially on a big corridor like this, Southfield has a lot of fiber optics and private utility companies in our rights-of-way, so those are usually our biggest challenges. Just minor issues on this job that we've been able to schedule around between the contractor and the private utility companies and move forward. Our South Evergreen job has a little bit more to talk about. They're about 50% complete with construction as far as price of the amount of work going on. Doesn't look like a whole lot's been done because the paving hasn't started yet, but the water main is 90% complete, the storm sewer is 90% complete for the whole job, and then the week of the 15th, they're going to be starting a little bit of paving down by 8 Mile. We're going to have about 3 weeks worth of work where this one lane of southbound traffic is going to have to be detoured through a neighborhood. So that neighborhood on the west side of Evergreen, just north of 8 Mile, that West Hampton, Westover, Westland, I get some of the west mixed up. But those first 3 streets, their only access is Evergreen Road. And because of the DTE gas work, that is slowing us down right close to 8 Mile. We're trying to get a temporary lane of pavement in, detour people through there so that then we can move forward with some mainline paving. So the DTE gas has been the biggest challenge on this job. It's been months, pretty much ever since the project started. We've been coordinating with them, and they're saying they know what they want to do. They just haven't been getting out there to get it done in time. So a week ago, the biggest problem was right down by 8 Mile. Now they seem like they finally got a crew in there, and they're going to be done. And, you know, with our minor modification, we're gonna be okay in getting all that done. Now it's like the whole north half of the job, they're doing all these spot repairs, so we're back and forth talking to them every other day, trying to get something set in stone. If they don't get their crews working on the north half at a faster pace, we're not gonna get it all paved this year. So if we don't get it paved this year, we're trying to express to them, that's probably coming with a $750,000 price tag from the contractor that we're gonna be looking to DTE Gas to reimburse. So we're hoping when they understand the serious implications of their progress that they'll bring more horses and get this work done before there's more conflict. So right now, assuming DTE Gas gets done what they need to get done, we're still looking at a November 15th completion for that, for the road to be open, all the paving to be done. We would just finish up with the restoration come spring. So our 11-mile job has started more recently. This is 11-mile over by Inkster. That was the first 2,300 feet. So all the curb and gutters have been removed, and right now they've got edge drains going in and a little bit of storm sewer work to facilitate the raised curb elevation. We did get a quote for the median island for that area. It did come in higher than we were expecting. We're still working on the contractor with that. They had a price for the planting mix that goes back in. We're probably going to pull out of that road contract and have one of our landscape companies bring that in because for some reason they were really high on that item. But it's still within our contingency money, so we think we're still good and planning on moving forward with those median islands. This one is so far still on schedule for a mid to late October completion to have that open. We will be going into the second phase of construction on September 15th, which is really the last month of construction where that corridor is closed to through traffic. Local businesses and residences will have access, but they'll be driving through construction aggregate to get to their driveways. The Road Commission's Greenfield project. This is southbound between 8 and 9 Mile. Our water main, being the only real underground part of the project, was done first, so that is all installed and complete and operational. Our COC continues with the mainline concrete paving they just started on recently, and they said they'll be done with the main line by the end of this week. Then they'll come back and do the concrete and the pavement turnaround and then the curbs. And they say they're ahead of schedule. They hate to say that out loud because they think they might jinx themselves, but right now they think they're about 2 weeks ahead of schedule. So this project could be open most likely if the weather holds up by the middle of October, worst case October 31st. So our Telegraph median irrigation project, the work is substantially complete by the contractor. The irrigation all went in. They put all their topsoil. They did their hydroseeding. With the irrigation system working, MDOT and the city and the contractor. I mean, no one's really happy with the way it's looking out there. We thought we've got hydroseed, we've got irrigation. What's the problem? We've got lots and lots of weeds. So MDOT is working with the contractor. The contractor, you know, he wants to walk away with it being a good project, and no one's going to accept it with the weeds. So, you know, we're still working with them. We've got to stick through that contract, you know, with MDOT so we can make sure that that gets addressed. Outside of that contract, though, just as a side note, MDOT has been in communication with the city. They know that when Dan's Excavating, who first did that original paving project for MDOT, they had replaced plant material. Some of it died, of course, because we had no irrigation, and they gave us new plant material again, some of which died because we had no irrigation. So, but that Dan's contract is long done. You know, and some of the plant material has survived out there. MDOT's contractor did do some watering, you know, per the contract, but it wasn't enough. And when we've had drier spells over the years, it's been hard on that vegetation out there. So MDOT's offered to pay 50% of new plant material that we may want to purchase and install. So that's still in the works, but they are at least very open to participating with something. Our Section 31 water main project is still underway. It's it's been kind of quiet for such a big project over there in that corner of the city. So with all the new water mains going in, it's pretty destructive to the local streets and everything. All the roads are getting pulverized and then recapped. So where we are so far, this is just easier to show on a map in this neighborhood. In the red streets, the water main is all completely installed. Everyone switched over to the new water main. The first lift of asphalt has been placed. The restoration is mostly complete. So they still just have the top coat of asphalt to do in those red areas. In the gold areas, water main is about 65% complete. And after that, you'll see that first course of asphalt, which after they get that first course down is when they typically do come in and do the restoration, so they're not driving their big trucks all over the final wearing course. And in the green, that is the last phase of the project, and water main installation really just has gotten started on some of those streets so far, so not too much destruction there yet. So we're still hoping we're going to get everything done this year. The direction has been to the contractor. If there's a street you think you're not quite going to get to, you probably just rather than leave it alone entirely than to put it in some half-done state over the winter. There is water main installation that can occur during the winter months if we're not under too much snow, but the weather forecast is sounding a little scary again for this winter, so we may have them hold off. We'll know a little more in October. So just a reminder, some upcoming projects for next year that are in the works are northbound Northwestern Service Drive from 8 Mile to 9 Mile. That we've got a public meeting scheduled that we're really targeting more for the retail and business communities that are right along that corridor. So we've got a meeting for this Thursday at the IBM building. The DDA is hosting that in the meeting space on the first floor there, and that's from 4 to 6. And so we were thinking, let's start with the businesses to make sure that we've got buy-in on an early closure, and then next month we would do a broader public meeting for everyone in the residential neighborhoods all around there as well. 9 Mile from Beach to Telegraph, that's a project for next year as well. That one is widening to a continuous 3-lane cross-section. Not a total reconstruction. That one's going to be like a mill and overlay incorporated with that widening, and quite a bit of storm improvements there as well. For that PRIP money, that Priority Road Improvement Program that we got from the state, that's our Providence Drive from J.L. Hudson to 9 Mile. And southbound Northwestern Service Drive, this is a project that we are proposing to advance construction. We have fiscal year 2017 funding for this project, and this is from Berg Road all the way down to 10 Mile. And we're thinking if we can get this built in 15, we'd have to carry that money for about a year because the fiscal year 2017 money becomes available for us to be reimbursed in October of 2016. And that's some real bad stretch road, especially up by Berg, where we've been doing some pavement cores, in preliminary design right now, and it's looking like that portion is probably going to need a reconstruction, and then the rest of it we can do the mill and overlay. And then our 11 Mile from Franklin to the cul-de-sac, this one is just kind of on here as a placeholder. We don't know for certain if we're successful getting those funds, but this is over by the BASF property. That's all I got. Any questions?
Just a couple of other comments. On the Providence from J.L. Hudson to 9 Mile, we are still trying to figure out how to stretch those dollars to get us from J.L. Hudson up to Greenfield. We're looking at a combination of perhaps a water main replacement project, and I'll usually ask the discussion SAD district is being discussed. We're also, as we work our way through the deal for the former DTE site, we are in a dialogue with Oakland County Road Commission for Lasser Road as an economic development MDOT grant from Civic Center to 11 Mile. And given the magnitude of that project, I'm of the thought process that it would be full concrete replacement. And then the other piece I want to touch on is the Northwestern Service Drive, Northwestern Service southbound. I just really want to stress, we've advanced the engineering on that, but I will need council action at the right time because we will be advancing all of the funds, and we'll be carrying that for about a 18-month period before we get reimbursement. And that's something we've not done with the state in the past, but we're told it can be done. So that'll be a new way of making something happen. On both of these, I just want to highlight, a lot of people are talking about Troy, and they took $10 million out of their general fund and put it into roads this year. And part of this presentation is just showing that we're putting about $21 million in roads this fiscal year, or calendar year, and then next calendar year just shy of another $10 million. And we're continuing to try to get more creative. What's not on this list is the spot replacement. We were trying to get it together for today, but then this weekend storm hit, and staff just couldn't get the information in. I know for a fact, though, if you drive Pierce from 13 to 12 Mile, it's done. Where, I thought Larry, you want to pipe in on
Yeah.
the other spot?
We have on concrete mill and asphalt overlays, we've completed Berkshire from 11 Mile to Ledgestone, the intersection of Franklin to Northwestern on both sides of Northwestern, Pierce from Bedford to Webster, Hickory Leaf, Evergreen to Westbrook, and Lincoln eastbound from Arrowhead to Southfield Road, and we did some heavy patching over on the other side, the westbound side of Lincoln. And that's just a mill and overlay with asphalt. Concrete, we're working in section 23, that's almost done. There's four different spots, Arrowhead, Lincoln to Adrian, 300 foot of Adrian northwest of Grand Concourse, including the intersection there. 280 feet of Fillmore Street, south of Santa Barbara, the intersection of Fillmore and Parsons. That was all concrete removal and replaced. We are moving over on to Webster, into the Bedford Road intersection, up to Crescent with concrete replacement. The cul-de-sac of Riverview in section 16, that's completely shot. That'll be a replacement. And then Redleaf, 12 miles of Roseland. We had some other ideas, but money's not going to go that far.
If I may, we are getting those areas mapped, and again, it was our intent to do this on Saturday. The wind came through, Justin and Larry were out on cruise. I have instructed Justin and Larry, what else do you think you could get done this season? Put me in the awkward position of having to come back to you. So at the next council meeting, I may be asking for some additional funds for both concrete and asphalt replacement, of what we can reasonably get done this season. I also need to spend some time with Mr. Pierce on budget and the LERF note. So you may see an ask or a request to council that maybe, and this is from the hip, X amount of money for these 3 roads to be re-asphalt. Again, just trying to get what we can get done realistically. The other item I'm looking for consensus is on Telegraph, that medium. I looped around there 3 times over the weekend. I was not able to connect with our landscape architect last week, and keep in mind our Parks and Rec landscape architect is responsible for these plantings in the right-of-way. She was not in last week. I think the planting is too aggressive, and if we might give some thought to scaling down and making stronger impacts on the kind of what I would call the more visible spots, maybe it's in some type of perennial grass, a daylil, and a begonia or something. What the malls do. And I think we're trying to do it almost looks like we're trying to make it like a very aggressive European-type planning, and our resources just may not be there. And if there's a consensus from council, MDOT's agreed they'll pay for 50% of what we're going to replace. Lee really took up the task on that. Is there an appetite to maybe have less, but and it's more focused on the ends, but leave the trees, something can quickly cut around?
I mean, I walked that with Jerry, and, you know, there's still stumps in the middle. They need the stumps, cut down trees and need the stumps. But I think, honestly, you know, that thing has been such a negative thing in that area that I think that, we don't need a landscape architect to just resolve that. I think you just gotta seed, bring in some good topsoil, and cap it all, put some seed down, and just plant trees, and then at the end of each island, do some kind of a flower deal, much like they have at Long Lake and Woodward Avenue. I mean, they just have trees, and then at the end, they have this thing where our guys here can go and fix it up. What is Great Lakes doing?
You know, Sue could probably speak to that better than I could.
We actually have a meeting scheduled with Great Lakes, because there's been, from their perspective.
Great Lakes is responsible
For the maintenance, right, the weeds.
I'm not sure if everyone
right,
knows that.
Pruning, the flowers, the whole bit, but, their perspective is that the scope of what they were supposed to do was increased. I'm not sure how that happened. It kind of went from highways to Parks and Rec this year. So there's some kind of disconnect between what was happening last year under that contract and what's happening this year. We do have them coming in. We are not paying their invoices. They've said they've been weeding every week, and I mean, they clearly haven't. So all of that is being discussed currently.
Well, I'd like to see everything removed and do a tree planting. You know, just do trees.
Well, this contract is virtually ready to expire anyway.
Those bushes,
right.
Because they're not the way they used to be, so what died is gone, and what is left is all piecemeal, and it looks terrible. So I mean, you're better off just removing that stuff out, cone it, and
Get rid of the beds, the landscape beds.
Get rid of the beds, make it easier. It's like Evergreen Road, you know, and just get some nice flower at the ends of the islands there, and let it go, because it's going on 6 years, believe it or not, 6 years, and now it went to $400,000, and it was supposed to be $220,000.
Well, I put that number in as the total, because $200,000 of that was the irrigation system that MDOT paid for 100%. And the last time when we came back for that contract, we were really just paying 50% of the new topsoil and hydroseed. So that was our $100,000 contribution, really, to a $400,000 project.
I don't know who does the inspections, but when you get hydroseed, I mean, they have specifications that say how much weed seed is in there, and this thing had to be 100% weeds. I mean, you get grass seed, it says X percentage of this, percentage of that, fescue, whatever, rye, but this thing is just solid weeds, and so I thought maybe in our specifications and that was supposed to go sod anyway. It didn't, but I think that thing all should be topsoil now, and somebody check the topsoil, because Jerry and I were with these spades and pushing it where the curb is, that's the same garbage that was in there to begin with. I mean, that isn't topsoil. It's all stuff that they just graded into that, to make a hill or a mound. You can't even put a shovel in that stuff. I mean, so it's supposed to be, what, 2.5 inches, 4 inches?
4 inches.
4 inches topsoil. You've got to be kidding me, boy. I'll tell you, and we put this, I tell you, it was crazy. Those kids that were doing that couldn't even put the spade in it. I mean, it was clay. And all I'm trying to say is, I guess somebody's got to be really hard-nosed with the inspections. And if it's not right, I mean, some way we just got to get on it immediately and say, hey, we're not going to have that done in this town. Because, I was going down 10 Mile Road when they first lane go east and west, and when they removed the form, there was holes and big rocks below the, what is that, 6 or 8 inch?
Of the concrete?
Concrete.
It's probably 8 or 9.
Yeah. I mean, there's big stones and air, and it's right there where they removed the form. And, you know, if they put the next lane in, and they do a saw cut, they're gonna go right down to that big stone, and we're gonna have that pop. I mean, I don't know who's inspecting the size of the, you know, I got out and I looked at it, and I told the guy, and he just got mad at me, but that's okay. But I mean, there was air pockets and everything in it, and I don't know, you know, they just go with that and leave it. And who's checking the specifications of concrete, I guess, we're really getting to.
Yeah, I mean, all the concrete goes through testing, and this year on our projects, we're even, you know, we were not testing previously at the actual batch plans because they're all certified by MDOT certified plans, but this year we're doing testing at the plants as well and giving the contractors a head up that we're testing the concrete at the beginning and at the end of their run to make sure that we've got correct air content. The stone, yeah, I mean, all the stone has to be certified to meet the specifications, so.
If you would see, if it was the right specs, you would see stone when they remove the form and not see it over here. I mean, it was solid concrete here, and then you get here, then you got stones in the pocket, air pockets, you know. And all I'm trying to say is that even when they pull that form out, there ought to be an inspector watching, because when they pull that form out, somebody hit it with a hammer, they chip the concrete, and then they come, then when they put the next lane in, they come over there with a trowel, and they trowel it flat, let it cure, and then they come and saw it. Well, that little piece of thing is gonna pop out. I mean, it just does, because you got the saw blade goes down so far, and it's not gonna adhere to the original concrete. It's gonna pop. Now they come down next year and they put in cold pack, you know, and that's why every time you see that lane, that's where all the cracks are, and that's where it's really got to be inspected heavy.
Yeah, and the joints are where you're most open
I mean, they take that sledgehammer and they pull the form, they knock the form out. I watch them do it. You know, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Berkshire, I have a question. That asphalt overlay, what's our expectation for that to last?
It's supposed to be a good road surface without very much maintenance for 7 years.
Because if you drive over there, that middle seam, it just, if we have a bad winter, I can see that deteriorating there. Could you please go back on it? And then the curves, it's gonna start crumbling in, you know? And that, if this goes the last 10 years, that curve part is gonna start deteriorating right away. Especially when it starts freezing and putting salt on it. It seems like if you're gonna do that, it should be some form of seal to the side. My concern, Fred, we charge a special assessment to the businesses on Telegraph Road. Are we still collecting that?
The answer is yes. I don't have, I know bills went out this year. I don't know how much it is per linear foot or something. If we were to change, obviously, the landscaping, there would be a slight decrease.
I just think that we should do a real concerted effort to educate them on what's going on. Because I did have some businesses say, I'm paying this special assessment, it looks like crap.
Yeah.
They should know, because they're actually paying additional money, and that's not what they want. So we should either have a town hall or send them letters or something to give them an update on what's happening and you know, to be respectful of the money that they're...
We can get communication to them.
The Bridge Street, you know, we've been talking about that. Do we have any plans for that?
We're getting numbers on it. They're coming in a lot higher than we thought, so we probably, and I know HRC's done numbers, then we took a look at what we could do for a patch. And the patch numbers are coming in a lot higher than we thought. So we have it, but I'm not sure if there's an appetite for an SAD there or not.
Well, the businesses there, at least the ones that are contacting me are desperate. They're saying it's
I don't have
economic
those.
deterioration. filling up.
Thank you, sir.
Do you remember what the HRC numbers were?
I don't remember all the numbers offhand. I'm thinking it was between 200,000 and 300,000.
I think it was 4. I think it was 4 for any kind of patch that would hold, any kind of temporary that would hold, because the roadside and the concrete condition that's existing right now is so bad.
So that's obviously more than we would typically handle, like with a spot concrete
Spot,
program. So it needs to be a bigger project, and whether we move forward with an SAD or if we get our road millage passed and it's something that we can program in an upcoming year, those are kind of our two options. But right now, it's more than just a couple slabs of concrete.
And so even if we do a half and half, we do a special assessment and then we pay after something, because I'm constantly contacted about the impact, because the guy invested all this money to rehab those buildings, and he's trying to market it. As soon as a potential customer, a person's going to rent right across the road, they say no.
I don't disagree. I mean, it's just what we have money for, what we don't. I mean, the SAD district process, that literally needs to be started now, in the next month, to be in place for next year, because it doesn't move that quickly.
Are we patching it at all?
We're doing what we can. It's just, it doesn't hold. The road is broken up pretty bad, and then just the nature
Even
of
the
patch.
zero patch doesn't hold?
Yeah, no, what it does with that much movement, it breaks out around that. Then you end up with big chunks of patch in the road. The dirt patch would stay together, but it become a road hazard, where the cold patch at least breaks up into small pieces.
We've come to the point in a lot of our roads that the Durapatcher, if there's not even a good, because you're filling between holes and holes, there's nothing, I equate it almost like a tooth. If there's nothing left for a dentist to drill into and patch, I mean, the Durapatcher's got to have something for it to grip into. And some of these roads are so pothole ridden that we don't have anything for it to hold.
And then the chunk
Larry and
comes
Justin
out.
have showed it to me repeatedly, that it just, there's nothing for it to grip into.
Okay. Last question is DTE. This is a kind of not really road, but they promised me that they were going to do an assessment on our grid. Our power outages, to me, is becoming more frequent and longer. And I know that they're covered, and this will fall into your pocket, Mr. Moss, is that the commission that covers the energy and DTE, we've got to do something with our grid. And it's already we've shown that it had an impact on our economic development because we don't have enough. And now with the power outages, it's so old, the grid, and it just, every storm we're out. And it's becoming very tiresome. And, if we have that rough winter where we have the ice storms again, now every time the wind blows, everyone's out.
Yeah, we were out two times in 3 months.
Yeah, same with me.
Yeah. And this time we've been out since Friday morning till Friday morning. I don't even know why the storm didn't even hit yet. Friday morning, Saturday, Sunday. Wow. Yeah.
A year ago, we had Detroit Edison in, and they went through.
Right.
But there was a meeting that happened after that on on DTE's reliability, that presentation needs to be made to council.
Okay.
And it's something we should do annually, because it's not just on, because they can walk you through, we've got a PowerPoint that they'll show you Southfield map, substations, reliability factors, where they have, and downtime. I think we should bring them in, but the other part of that meeting, then you need to turn to DTE, what about your investment? And that was the last part of that meeting that we had, and that meeting came about because after the last meeting with council, they missed the mark, and they should have been speaking. They came in and talked about what they do for tree trimming and all of that. Those things are important, but where their system is relative to reliability, making sure we have redundancy. I questioned some of what they were saying because, and I will find the PowerPoint. I know we have it, and I'll get it out to folks. They say that the system's in better shape than what some of us in this room have experienced. But we can invite them back within the next 2 to 3 months and go through that. But I also want to turn the final phase in, what are you doing for new investment? Because as you talk about things
That's
like
the piece I
the
want,
ODD, and I will tell you, to folks heading to other pastures, at the federal level and the state level, what are they doing? I mean, at the end of the day, Detroit Edison's a private company that's got an obligation to its shareholders, and when they start investing in new infrastructure, sometimes that makes them vulnerable for acquisition and takeover, but we need policy that forces them to make. I stuck my head in downtown this morning at the Intelligent Conference on for infrastructure and
I'm
at
glad
Global Hall
you
this
did.
morning.
Good.
A phenomenal conversation about moving this city, this country to an electric grid for cars. We can get there, but as a nation and as a state, we've got to make the commitment to get us there. All of that ties right back to our roads, our electrical system, and then the big thing is, we can't do it if we're going to keep burning fossil fuels or coal to get there. And you've got 35 years to site a nuclear facility in this country. So imagine how deep the pockets must be for any entity that wants to do that. And I'll get off the bandwagon
Well, the
after
market
this
is
statement. Birmingham was designed for a second tower, and that could, and what we pay in our rates, because Detroit Edison has to scrub the air and all the fines that they pay to the EPA, that capital investment could probably in the long run save us money.
The only thing, they can't find any place to send spent rods.
No.
Nobody wants them.
That's.
They part also.
All their investment in this area is
Can
burning.
I go back to, is there a consensus to less on telegraph?
Well, let's go around the table.
What do you mean, in the
In
median?
terms of the.
In the median, instead of all the bushes and that, it'll be just trees,
Yeah.
and
Tastefully done.
Tastefully,
We
yeah.
can have if our landscape architect could do that.
well, our person did design, and I think it was too aggressive.
Okay.
Resource,
Tell you what, it's scale back.
Don't replace it.
well, catching the garbage, and catches the bags from the store,
Tell her to go up there, Woodward and Long Lake Road and just
and that's
copy
it.
You just copy it.
Or even,
It's good enough for Birmingham, it's good enough for us.
Middlebelt, it's on the road between
Okay.
11 and 696. So we're saying yes.
All right, well, that's what we're gonna pursue.
All right, Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I have 3 notes here. One of the slides that you showed, that the irrigation on Greenfield was,
Oh, I didn't speak to that. Yeah, that was one of my bullet points, because that's actually a pretty big thing. Once the road commission started getting into removing the curbs and everything on the medians there, our irrigation lines were 6 inches behind the back of curb, and they are telling us they shouldn't have been that close to the curb. They were supposed to be in the middle. And all the conduits, because they're not removing any stone or anything under the road base, so our conduits are all still going to be in place, but we're not going to have an irrigation system out there in Greenfield. And they're not going to pay for it, and right now, I mean, it's something that's probably just going to have to be a future project, and there's not funds for it.
We don't pay them.
I know we're
We don't give them any money.
I'm glad it's not.
Well,
It's a county project anyway.
It's the county project, and the county, like us, we will always pay to replace sprinkler heads and things like that as part of our projects, where NDOT won't at all. They say we don't give permission for anyone to put anything in our rights of way. But the road commission is usually, well, they are good about it, about replacing heads, and they cover it as part of their project cost. They don't say that that's 100% city cost. But once they got out there, they're like, these aren't just sprinkler heads that we're running into. Your entire irrigation system is right on the edge of the curb, and it's in the way. Like, it's just falling out as we're removing curb.
They must have approved it.
well, go ahead, we're trying to solve this problem.
Who put it in that way? Can we go back and tell them they did it wrong?
Too long.
Well, I mean, we're the ones that, under contract, the city or DDA in the past had it installed. what I heard at the time was that we were having a lot of trouble with that irrigation contractor when it was put in, however many years ago that was. And in any case, it ended up, I mean, RCOC, they provided all the permit documents and circled in red all the, you know, things, how we didn't do it quite right, and I'm like, you know, so.
You're not accepting any responsibility for the fact that...
No, they're not accepting any responsibility right now.
We will work on that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be
apologize.
something...
I've not been attending the Greenfield meetings. This is the first time learning about this. I'd like to turn the heat up on them and just see what we can do. The irrigation was properly permitted, it was in the drawing.
Well, it was permitted, I'll say that.
It was permitted.
So we
And
do have
we're-
permits for that installation.
On the backside of Telegraph, the issue was on Telegraph when it was rebuilt, that there were no drawings in MDOT's possessions. So as these things go through a permitting process, if the drawings aren't there, as the new drawings are being put together, someone doesn't know there's irrigation conduits and pieces. So we need to go back and just do that footwork on this. Normally, we wouldn't because it's a county road. But at some point, I'm learning the DDA pay for that.
Yeah, the DDA pays for the installation.
We'll get to meeting with the county folks.
But they
I
have to
may
redo
need
it
to
because they
tell
didn't do it right
council
the first time,
leadership
remember?
by action
Yeah, but that was
to
the contractor for
turn
a
the
long
heat up
time
on
ago.
them.
I don't think that irrigation system has been turned on in recent years. I don't know. But it's mostly just been mulch out there, so I'm not really sure what all the history is. The water comes from Oak Park. Oak Park, their cooperation in that whole deal was that they supply the water, and, you know, we're paying for all that, and then the city of Southfield was taking care of the maintenance of the landscape median and of the irrigation system. So, I mean, Oak Park isn't happy to see it go either, and I'm sure there'll be some more meetings about it, but, you know, nowadays when these road agencies, when they're issuing permits for something like this, you can believe that all the legal jargon and fine print on the back is like, if it's in our way, we have to take it out, it's our right of way, and we're not responsible. So everyone has that written into their modern day permits. So unless they're just going to be cooperative with us to be good partners legally, I don't think we've got anything.
So we don't even know that the conduit under the road is good. We just know that they haven't disturbed it. But since we haven't turned it on for a number of years, we don't even know if it still works.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no reason why at least the conduit in place, so typically the irrigation lines themselves are sleeved through that existing conduit. So, I mean, anything, that would be the expensive part, would be to install new conduit, because you would have to directional drill it or something. So if we've got the conduit, you know, connecting the island to the, you know, outside road into the water supply system, you know, that's a big plus that it's there, but, you know, we see on Telegraph, I mean, it's a much smaller system, but irrigation systems are not inexpensive.
We obviously have a whole lot of footwork to do on this. We'll put it under the microscope. The line's being maintained, have they been blown out? I'll be candid, I never thought the beds looked that good. We might want to rethink something that's more water or drought tolerant and salt tolerant, but we will be on that.
Okay. You talked about 11 Mile south from Lasser, south of 11 Mile. This has nothing to do with the surface of the road, but it does have to do with traffic flow. People driving south on 11 Mile and want to get on 696 make a left turn by Sunrise Donuts. And to get on 696, when there's a right turn, it's a cloverleaf, that they don't have to cross traffic to get. And I don't know why people don't use that. I don't know if there's signage. I mean, there's a sign there that says...
But it doesn't say no left turn. It
No.
allows you to turn left.
Well, yeah, because if you're going to the street behind Sunrise Donuts,
Right.
you have to turn left there.
Right.
It's not Frank, no, it's Lois Lane.
Lois Lane,
It's
down
Lois
there.
Lane,
Yeah.
If you're going to Lois Lane, you have to turn left there. but people turn left and go right down the ramp and eastbound, but they wait for traffic going northbound until it gets an opening.
Then they go.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
When they-
start directing traffic.
Yeah, when they could easily just make a right, it's almost a new road, because nobody uses that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the,
So
county-
that's southbound Lasser, and people are trying to go where? So I-
eastbound 696.
Okay.
County ought to take a look at their signage or to, I don't know, put flashing lights on there or something, turn here, you know. or-
Yeah, I'll talk to them about it, because, maybe there's some improvements with regulatory signage.
Yeah,
They can-
and it's prime target for a automobile accident.
Yeah, that's a busy intersection.
Yeah, it is, especially in the evening. And I think Fred spoke to it, but you and I are going to be on the hot seat next Wednesday. We were invited by Ms. Talley to come and talk to their Providence Towers folks on the piece of Providence Drive from 9 Mile to Greenfield and what's going on with that. So we need to put our heads together between.
We can. We've got numbers for it, and
Yeah, I didn't include it on this list for 2015 projects because we're not set in stone as far as having funding in place for that yet, so we need a better handle, and that's
Candor, I think
something, a meeting we need to sit
that
down.
meeting's a good opportunity to gauge an appetite for an SAD. And we'll get together and include you, Councilman, what the numbers may look like.
Okay, because she invited me in, and I said, I'm not going out there by myself. Somebody to hide behind, Lee's going, that's all I have.
I always thought that, I'm looking for a silver lining here. I always thought that rain was good for water, putting water on fresh cement was good to help it cure.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. As long as it's not
Well,
such a
we've
hard
had all
down
this
for
rain, now
stuff.
I keep thinking, well, maybe that's the silver lining here.
We've had a pretty mild summer, so it's actually been pretty ideal for pouring
Yeah.
pavement. And even the hot days that we had a couple of last week, of course, when we're starting to pour pavement, they also were real high humidity days, so it doesn't dry out quite so quickly.
Yeah.
So keeping the pavement surface hydrated is an important piece.
One of the things that always concerns me, especially when you're putting in sewers and water lines, is you disturb the earth significantly. And I know when 10 Mile, and Don, you'll remember this, 10 Mile went from a 2-lane road to a 4 with actually a 5. All the edges of 10 Mile cracked, because that used to be a ditch. It was just, there were no curbs on 10 Mile, it was 2-lane and big ditch on either side, and so we had all of that cracking.
Didn't compact anything.
Yeah. So I hope we're not going to see that out here with the amount of, or on either end of Evergreen, where we've put all this, really disturbed quite a bit of the...
For the trenches, for the
Yeah.
new utilities?
Yeah.
Yeah, the trenches are probably going to be the best, most stable soil up here on this job. We've got a lot of clay soils up here, so anything that's backfilled in a trench is compacted to 95% plus compaction. Our south job, the contractors are loving it because that sandy soil is actually great soil to build on because you can compact it. The clay soils are a little trickier, which is why we've got a thick stone section underneath the
I
concrete.
just throw that out there because all the money we're spending, I hope that they're addressing that because we're not going to get to fix this again.
Right.
And then I was glad to hear you say about checking the cement. What person is actually testing the cement on behalf of the city of Southfield?
On this North Evergreen job, HRC has their own testing division. And on the south job that OHM is running, they use Schley Hampton for all their testing.
And then on the South Evergreen job, we've talked about the sidewalks. Do you know when the sidewalks will be going in?
Sidewalks will be I believe the way it goes in, once they get the west side of the road paved, and same, starting on the west side for the south job as well as the north job, they get that road in, and then they'll be doing the sidewalks and the driveways. Now, we've already been starting to reach out, one-on-one communication with these residents, because, all these new drive approaches are all going to be concrete, which means people are not going to have access to their driveway for probably 2 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks, because it's got to get prepped. First, we're going to be paving the concrete road in front of their house, and then once that's cured, we're coming back to do their drive approaches. So every time I get a call from someone, I take the opportunity to talk to them, but, I'll have to work with, I always notify code enforcement, listen, people are going to be parking on the streets, and they're going to have to park on side streets and walk in, so.
Yeah, particularly, we had a couple ticket-happy people. Tim Burkus. Not to mention me. So anyhow, I've heard again from 2 people about, I've assured them that Lee Schultz heard you, and the sidewalk is not going to be in the middle of their lawn. And they've called me back. So we're still good with sidewalk as closer to the street.
Yeah, there were those areas that we were able to pull it
Right,
further off of the right-of-way line.
Yeah. Okay.
And there were a couple spots on the west side of the road as well that we were able to do that.
Thank you, Lee.
Mr. Perkowski.
Lee, what's happening at southbound Telegraph, that ramp is closed? That's causing a big backup and a real mess. It's been closed quite a while now. There's no construction, nothing.
Yeah, they're not always real good about notifying us when they're doing maintenance work. So this is southbound Telegraph to get on.
When you go 696,
Like the mixing bowl area?
northwestern, and you go on Telegraph Road, you go south, it's all closed.
Okay. I'll find out what's going on, I don't know.
Been closed.
There's a
I don't
press
see
release
anybody.
on that?
Yeah, I drove by.
A press release went out last week, we'll get it circulated, and I'm just drawing a blank, the scope of work was defined. I think it came out on Wednesday or Thursday that they were shutting it down starting this weekend.
I think they're big stuff on
What?
I didn't see anything on that one, but.
Yeah, but you're going northwest, you try to get off that Telegraph Road and go south, you can't do that. So then you have to go all the way northwestern, and then you get, and there's no way of getting back to Telegraph. You gotta go to 12 Mile Road and come back. And then you go. Then you get to 12 Mile and Telegraph, and they wait in lines for an hour.
I can get a hold of what that press release is and distribute it to everyone, make some calls if it's not clear. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when they're doing that kind of maintenance work on a ramp, they can have some pretty extensive detours or
Actually,
something like that.
if you can hit a computer before you leave, and just come back, let us know, because it's on MDOT's website too.
And
The
then,
scope of
the
work.
other thing is cutting the cement. I'd really like to know what the purpose of, they say so cement won't crack. I think I'd rather see it crack than not maintaining the integrity of the saw cut. Now you got thump, you got railroad tracks. That's what happened to Greenfield Road, that's happened to Evergreen Road. Wherever their saw cut is, unless you stay on it, maintain it, and put your tar down every year, water gets in that, and you got a railroad track.
Yeah, the joints we seal, all of our joints in Southfield has always had a pretty aggressive joint sealing program annually. The road commission, not so much
Go
on
down
their
Evergreen
roads.
Road, just north of I-696 here. It's all over. Right,
Well,
Larry?
and some of the
We
issues
just
we've
did-
had,
We just did that, didn't we? Didn't that just get finished?
Yeah, you just fill the holes, yeah.
I think they probably seal the cracks when it's cooler out, and then when it heats up and the concrete expands, it pops it up so that it bubbles, so you're driving over, you boom, boom, boom.
yeah, it's elastic, it's supposed to adhere to the walls of that concrete and move with it. So, and that lasts for however many years until it starts to get brittle, and that's when you
But
redo it.
it sticks up about that high over the surface of the road.
What would happen if they don't cut it? It's cracked.
Yeah.
But so it cracks, it's better than thumb.
Well, at least if
And
you're
truck
saw
goes
cutting it, then you're basically telling it where you want it to to crack.
Yeah, but
So
every
you're
20 feet-
controlling it, and then you seal it right away.
You drive 275 south, you get down to 275 south, you have to stop and see if you got a flat tire. Yeah. And that's from those saw cuts, and I don't know why they do that. Anyways, let's move on, I
I
guess.
have a couple questions. Can you just double check the timing of the light on Evergreen with the construction? Because it seems like the traffic is not flowing.
Yeah,
Especially
then-
with Civic Center closed.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, the road commission was actually supposed to be out today to adjust. That closure happened a little ahead of when the road commission could come out and adjust the timing. So right now, or at least as of this morning, there was still that dead phase of turning. That should be, I'm assuming that they got out today, they were supposed to. We've also asked for some additional time for the Evergreen traffic, because we are having backups major.
You will wait at a green light to go to a red light.
It's really off. Some roadways
Yeah.
off.
The Thompson Farmhouse, that light is on green now, or red, way too long. Nobody is coming out of that driveway.
Yeah.
So if you
Oh.
could
Yeah.
Or if it
Yeah,
could be
we're
adjusted
on it.
for 5 o'clock when more people might be. But like right in the middle of the afternoon, you sit there and wait.
Well, and then there's some other improvements I've asked them to look into. A lot of the left turn movements right now at these intersections are on a solid red before it goes to a green arrow, and I'm like, can you turn us to a blinking red? So at least when they're, in the middle of the day, when there's not a lot of traffic, you can make your left turn. So they're supposed to be taking care of all that.
And then I have one other comment, and I brought it up at our council meeting last week, and I really think it's a result of them digging at 10 and Evergreen. There's a large hole, and it's still not repaired, and I know it's a county road, but it's pretty dangerous. It's in the eastbound right lane at Northwestern Highway and 10 Mile before you get to the light. And it has to be at least 5 or 6 inches deep and wide, and cars constantly, swerve around that to avoid hitting that.
Is that actually in 10 Mile?
It's on 10 Mile.
On 10
Yeah.
Mile, okay.
So it's
Going east or west?
going east, and it's in the right lane.
I'll get that reported.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And then lastly, Ken, is this going to our media outlets, the points in this? I think this is very, very good, just let people know what we're doing and how much money we're committing to.
And I think that's the heart of the message. In roads, it's over 20 million, and with, it's 21 million in roads this calendar year or next calendar year, and then water is 24 million. So we have 45 million in public works projects slated for Southfield.
Yes, it needs to get out. Thank you. All right, the economic development update. I'm going to
Originally, Ms. Freeman was going to give this presentation. She's actually in Port Huron, working on our joint SMART LDFA, one of our economic development projects. We put this together. I wanted to give council an update on the public infrastructure, and what is in our control is that public infrastructure, that 45 million. Earlier, council was talking about the overlay development district. Those zoning and planning tools are in our control. A lot of what's not in our control is what the private marketplace will do. New investments in Southfield, I'm just going to touch on a few. The town center has had over 50 million in new investment. Travelers Tower, over 10 million. We have 1-800-LAW firm. And I apologize, I'm working with Shelley's notes. Within the DDA, since 2011 through 2013, we've had 106.7 million in investment. 929 jobs have been created, of which 89% of those were in the healthcare arena. Keep in mind the DDA strategy is focused on the eds and meds. The DDA has also worked to retain 1,548 jobs. All of those are private sector jobs, and 84% of those jobs were in the healthcare arena. The DDA, working with the building department, we have had since 2011, 830,710 square feet of space renovated, and we've had 96,000 square feet of space, new space added in the DDA. The council is aware that we've been working with Federal Mogul. We are making a greater focus on the development of the 11-mile corridor, the former site of the Blue Cross Blue Shield building, which the owner has dubbed the Metro Trade Center. We are also working in the month of October. Council will start seeing some items for an entity that will be relocating to the former DTE Center. A major German entity will be locating their North American headquarters in Southfield. And that is in active negotiations right now and is going through the preliminary planning process. Also, at the Travelers building, we are working with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation on a healthcare and insurance company that will add 200 jobs to that facility, probably 4 to 5 floors will be occupied. Relative to business retention, we continue our marketing and outreach activities. We call on businesses that are here in Southfield. The philosophy is those businesses that are here today are the ones we want to continue to grow. On our attraction efforts, we are working with the Chamber of Commerce, the Detroit Chamber of Commerce. Prior to a year ago, Southfield contacts to the Detroit Chamber of Commerce were all through Oakland County. We are now our own member of the Detroit Chamber, and they are feeding leads to us. We're involved with the Southfield Chamber as well as other chambers of commerce within the community. I want to touch on retail. ICSC, the International Council for Shopping Centers. We continue our strategy of working the Las Vegas show, as well as the strategy of hitting the Midwest show, which is usually in Chicago, and then monthly the meetings that happen in Michigan. Out of that came the retail bus tour that happened last fall. We're in a preliminary conversation about another one happening. As the new 60,000 square feet of retail space is built out, folks like Jonah have their tenant base, the people that they continue to work with, but we need to attract new businesses to help fill some of this space. I want to go back to the joint LDFA, which has been the focus of a lot of discussion the last month. Last week, Troy and Southfield had our first meeting. We've voted to expand the joint LDFA to include Port Huron and St. Clair. I will tell you the folks at Michigan Economic Development Corporation are very excited about it. It will allow us to strengthen what we do in international trade. Last Thursday, we hosted a meeting with Automation Alley in the library executive boardroom. What we'll be able to do in developing new entrepreneurial training programs for people who have ideas, want to get them to concept, venture capital, international trade. There's discussion right now about doing some joint partnership with a number of the patent firms in town to help people get patents that are maybe sitting on the shelf to market. We also hosted the Telegraph Technology Corridor meeting. Staff thought we had a good attendance. We're working with Lear and a couple of the major anchors there to move that Telegraph Technology Corridor forward. The next 3 to 6 months will be a greater focus on moving the telegraph technology corridor concept forward, as well as that 11-mile, that metro center, the joint LDFA concept. We are also in a dialogue with LTU and Automation Alley about developing some type of incubation center. And I think that will be a coming attraction. Council is aware of what we've done with the PACE program. PACE is being touted. The Michigan Community Development Finance Group is it's on their agenda, but it looks like the first PACE deal, it has been finalized, and it's here in Southfield at 1-800-LAW. I'm sure Shelley had a lot of more things that I'm working from her notes. But we just wanted to highlight that, and again, the correlation is what is in council's control: the infrastructure, water, sewer, roads. You've seen $45 million. We're going through a water rate study to better plan what our capital needs will be in the future. As we go through, Lee did not mention it, but we do have a committee working on the millage campaign, and we are developing a list of a 5-year plan of what priority roads will be, and I may need a special meeting with council, perhaps even before the next regular meeting, to go through that laundry list. We met last Thursday on that. Planning and zoning is the other element of what's in council's control. A lot of discussion about the overlay development district, the capital improvements. I think council is aware that Denso did acquire the other building. We continue to work with them. If I can answer any questions on our economic development activities.
Okay.
Well, I just want to actually talk about, you want to have a special meeting to discuss. I think that we should decide the time of that right here, right now, and not find out at Friday before that we're meeting at 1 p.m. So I'm okay with pulling out my calendar now if everybody else is.
Prior to the next regular meeting, if we could start an hour early just to go through. The strategy has been a road project in every section, looking at priority 2 roads, where we have a good volume and then the condition of roads. But we'd like to develop that list of what our priority projects would be.
So you're saying an hour before our regular meeting would be?
Yep.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
I'm going to leave that up to Mr. Dolan.
Is that enough
Call the
time?
meeting.
One item on that, at that meeting, is an hour enough time?
Yep. If that works for council.
Yep.
Okay.
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 No other questions?
Do you want to do a Rule 10 and set that meeting now as opposed to doing it as a special meeting?
Rule 10.
Support.
Oh, okay.
We have a motion by Mr. Arbor, supported by Mr. Morris, for Rule 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll move a 6 p.m. start, or 6 p.m. special meeting on the 22nd.
Support.
Motion by Mr. supported by Mr. Morris, special meeting on, well, for the meeting of September 22nd.
It's actually a COW.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll move to the next item.
I have,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
yeah, the building down on Lasser that the IT folks are gonna, is there any more word on that?
There is, and Shelley has the details, and it's one of these, there's a reason why they haven't proceeded.
Okay.
Something happened in the marketplace and they're reworking their business strategy, but I will have her shoot you.
Well, I think
We'll do a blast.
the whole council
Okay?
needs to know.
Is that the one that never developed? It was.
That-
Yeah,
the
37
floor was
about
still-
$37 million.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
They actually own the building, but there's something happened in the marketplace and they're still pursuing it.
Okay. Because it's been a long
There's
time.
a story behind it.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the proposed ordinance to establish a public art commission.
Okay, so, the Neighborhood Services Committee met, on at least 2 occasions, and we discussed the potential for the Public Arts Commission. The committee had some recommendations in terms of composition of that commission, how those members would be appointed, what their strengths would be. So I've incorporated that in this proposed draft. Generally speaking, it would be a 9-member commission. All of the individuals would have to have some experience in art, not just that they liked art. They would have to have a background in art, such as a gallery owner, an urban designer, art fundraiser, and then 3 members who could be either a visual artist, an art collector, or an art curator. But the composition would insofar as possible at least, that's what the membership would strive to be composed of. 6 of the members, the recommendation was 6 of the members would be council appointees, and the remaining 3 would be the mayoral appointees subject to council confirmation. They'd be 3-year terms. Generally, they would elect chairperson and so forth. And then the powers and duties were set forth in that proposed section 1.180. Pretty expansive obligations of this commission, and I think that the Neighborhood Service Committee meeting or committee wanted to see some definitive acts, not just that they get together and talk about art, but they would really get out there and site locations and come up with recommendations for, safety precautions and particularly how to fund this, come up with a plan, an actual document plan of how to work the public art going forward, present that plan to council, have you approve that, so that then they would have their charge in particular how to proceed. So that is it. Again, we went over the draft a couple times. I think we got to where the committee was comfortable, and they recommended we move it forward to the COW to see if there was support for putting it on a regular agenda.
Any questions?
I do have questions. The very last item on the powers and duties, on the bottom of the page up is water features, and streetscape and landscape features and elements including signage, lighting, benches, clocks, kiosks, and tennis. I mean, I can sort of imagine why that's in there, but what was the thought of
It was neighborhood identification.
That
For instance, this,
line.
Midtown Detroit has a whole branding of Midtown Detroit with the red signs with the roof line on them, and we consider that public art.
No, I don't mean that. I mean that last line that says under what they were.
What page you on, Joan?
Well, that's definitional in terms of what a work of art would consist of.
Streetscape and landscape.
Right, that's a bullet point within what constitutes a work of art.
Wait a minute, it says types, it says all the types of art, and then includes, and this, I'm just want
Right.
clarification. Streetscape and landscape features and elements including signage, lighting, benches, clocks, kiosks, and squares.
Yeah.
What did you have in mind with that?
Well, as in the PowerPoint that was shown in June,
Like an environment?
yeah, for instance, there are trash containers and there are decorative trash containers. There are boxes that are planters, or one that is an artistic statement.
So would this be like where we have benches and things like that, or would it be where the art is?
Right. Remember I showed you an example. Remember maybe you don't remember, it was in front of McDonald's, and it was stone and metal, and it was wavy.
Yeah.
And the Scottsdale Arts Commission worked with the owner of McDonald's to put this bench out. And they turned it, instead of just a bench, they turned it into a piece of art, street art. So, we envision this commission raising money or working with businesses to incorporate art in their...
Yeah, no, I get all that, but I guess that just kind of confuses me. Is that something that would go around the work of art, or or could become the work of art?
It could be a standalone piece of art, yeah.
Okay. That's streetscape.
It's part of the streetscape, yeah.
Okay. I think I get it. I just wanted clarification.
No problem.
You have a question? What would happen, my question is, if you don't find the detailed type of member that you're looking for? What would happen in that case if you don't find the registered architect, the visual architect?
I think, again, that's why it says insofar as possible, that
Okay.
that's who you're striving to get.
Right.
If the right person came along that was just, everybody thought was remarkable, even though maybe they didn't fit all of these, or any of these specific criteria, but if, sure, absolutely, absolutely.
I think you've got, I think you have people trying, we've got architects here, we have people, I think, that probably can find it.
We have them, but you just don't see.
Well, if they want to do it, I think they would. I would think they would.
All right, so without any objection, we'll move this to the September 22nd meeting. All right, we'll go on to
The next one is, was a discussion, with respect to, the consent agenda at the regular meetings. Specifically, what rule governs who can remove an item from the consent agenda for purposes of discussion? And there was at least, a thought, and I kind of looked at it a little bit, what's the most efficient way that the meeting would be run if the way the agenda had been noted, and I don't know that we could ever come up with an actual definitive reason why the agenda was worded the way it was, that, which it had indicated was that the mayor, any member of council, or any member of the public could remove something from the consent agenda, which makes it almost, if that was carried forward, it'd be very difficult to even have a consent agenda. So there was a thought, again, to establish in the council rules of procedure, how would an item be removed from the consent agenda? And so what you have in front of you today is a potential amendment of the council rules of procedure. Specifically, this would add a new rule number 13 to the council rules of procedure, and this says specifically that any item on the consent agenda will be removed for the purpose of discussion upon the request of any member of city council or the mayor. So that's the proposal, and that's what is in front of you for discussion today.
Any questions?
I think it's a good, it's good, it makes sense. It really makes sense.
Does it include any of the staff employment?
Well, it would, and I don't know that we've ever had a staff being able to pull something. I think people, pardon?
We've had things withdrawn.
Right, withdrawn, but that item was withdrawn from the agenda totally
Yeah.
that evening, as opposed to saying,
Oh,
I want
I
it
see.
off for discussion purposes. So I think there is a subtle difference there.
Yeah, there is.
If administration isn't ready with an item, I agree, they have withdrawn it in the past.
Okay, and you're also asking for a rule 10
Well,
as well.
if
or-
council wanted to do this so that we could get this forward moving for the next regular, we would have that protocol in place.
I mean, I'm indifferent to the proposal. I think we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Certainly hasn't happened in my 3 years on city council, so I think, I don't recall.
There you go.
In any
Fred
event,
Bunker went one
Right.
about a month ago.
in any event, I think that also the administrator should be somebody who can perhaps pull something from the agenda as well. I think that
For discussion purposes? Right.
Yeah.
Generally, the way that the administrator sets the agenda, or at least as he's putting it forward to the council president, if he thinks there are some items that need some discussion, he doesn't put it on the consent agenda, he puts it on the administrative
well,
portion.
I'm more, I'm more or less indifferent.
Okay.
I think that, it doesn't move me to speak one way or the other, truly. But certainly do not agree that there's an immediate need to act on this.
Me either.
No, either.
Okay, so we'll have it on the agenda of the...
I don't think it's immediate.
I don't think there's a immediate need to act on it. I think we should.
Let's put it on the agenda for the 22nd.
Are we amending this? I know you had a proposal. Is there support to, for the administrator?
I
Maybe we can call Administrator already has this right here. Handling this situation. Brad, do you have a difference?
If it's amended, I don't have a problem with it. I would, if it's something I'm not comfortable with, I'm gonna not place it or withdraw it. And if it was something I was getting calls on, I'd probably turn to a council member and say, would you request that this be withdrawn so that I may address the calls I receive from others? I can live with that, the way this is stated. And I would turn to one of you and, Councilman, you had a question, and
I don't have a problem with it.
All right, put them all under, instead of consent agenda, put them all under administration.
Right.
Yeah, but that way.
Back to the old one.
Go back to the old way, yeah.
On to the September 26th.
This is a proposed moratorium. Terry here?
Yes.
So, actually it's probably a week, 10 days ago, we had a report of some oil, gas kind of surveying types that were doing some
Exploration
exploration.
on city parkland.
Right. So, we all started thinking of it. I started doing some research because we really don't have anything that addresses if for example, let's say that they thought your backyard was a good place to do some drilling or extraction activities or do the point for the fracking. What do we have on the books that would really address it? When you look at the zoning law, the zoning enabling statute, it is clear that to some extent the state has preempted drilling operations, mining operations, but there is a section that talks about what limited role a city could play in terms of an ordinance that would regulate this type of activity. And the authority is that if the city council were to determine under an ordinance that there were serious consequences that would flow to the local jurisdiction, that there is some right to enact an ordinance. So we all got thinking that, it's the same as some of the other activities we've seen. Maybe a moratorium is appropriate so that we can get this studied, see what obligations and what rights we have to do this, and then put together an ordinance that would comply with state law. But obviously, if we know there are people out there with some exploration kind of activities, we thought we should bring it to council immediately to see about a moratorium.
Absolutely support this. In fact, it's happening in Rochester Hills. And there's this
yeah.
whole movement where they want to drill, and there's this whole coalition, Don't Drill the Hills, coming up, and Rochester Hills just put in their own moratorium.
And so did
it's,
Shelby Township. And
it's not out of the scope of reality
exactly.
at all.
Right, it's a pretty hot topic
It's in
right
Chelsea.
now.
I saw it when I was in Chelsea a couple
So
months ago.
I would that support of this.
You can't stop me, I already started.
Oh, okay, well, we'll exempt your property.
I believe 2 years ago, the council prepared a resolution in support against
Yes, we
fracking.
did.
Right,
Right, that
But-
fracking resolution.
right.
Fracking resolution, right. However, again, as we consulted with each other on this, and it might be limited, but we want to do further study. We're accessing planning advisory service, best practices throughout the country. The state is the one that issues the permits.
Right.
And they may retain certain mineral rights on land that was acquired through DNR funding. That's a separate issue. However, the implications, in my previous work, we see serious impacts on people even miles away, on the aquifer and other things. And if nothing else, let's try to slow it down so that we can study and come back and have an intelligent discussion about what we can and can't do. And so we're both in support of asking for a moratorium so we can do more research.
Yeah, anybody with private property, commercial or otherwise, could allow somebody to come in and do this, and I think we have to have some way of protecting ourselves. Absolutely.
Yeah, is there a way to protect yourself from slant drilling? Because they may get the certificate in Oak Park and slant drill into Southfield.
Well, what we're saying is that at least the moratorium, that no mining or drilling or extraction activities can occur in Southfield. So I think we would make the, because that, one of the things is the groundwater, absolutely. We're concerned about what the effect would be. So I think we would take the position that you can't be drilling in Southfield, even if it originated from Oak Park. If you're drilling into,
You'd have to know that, though.
well, you're right, we would have to know that. You're right.
Yeah, because they can do it from miles away.
When you might not know.
Yeah.
Right.
But if we publish, I mean, if we do establish a law, whatever we can do, if we publish it, people should know. They should be required to notify the communities that they're going to drill in. You know, if that's not being done, we need to push for that.
For example, I believe whatever company at least consulted with the engineering department, right, about a permit. So if we get notified through legal manners, that's a way to say we have a moratorium in place.
But if an adjacent neighborhood.
Well, I totally agree with you.
You know, where they come in and plant, we don't know, but
Right.
they should know that you can't, I don't know whether that's a state law or something, but, so that you just can't do that.
Right.
And all
And
those
we wouldn't want
permits are
drilling
issued by the
equipment in a residential district. We
Absolutely.
would argue that that's not an appropriate thing.
But even if it's not, Terry, I mean, if
Yeah.
it's a vacant property or something that was commercial, if somebody had a lot of property like over here by the Blue Cross, it doesn't be anywhere like that.
Right. Again, there's so many different implications that we want to have some time to further study this. I know Taylor was dealing with injection wells. Berlin was dealing with, gravel mining and quarrying.
And it's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, I think there's something at the state level that's triggering, maybe they're looking for
Money,
additional
that's what we
resources,
thought.
and because it seems like all of a sudden, they're testing in all the communities where they have retained their mineral rights, and we just happen to be one of those, so.
Jeremy, that's for me to first time.
That's right.
Well, there was just a thing in the paper where there's a hazardous waste location here in Michigan that's taking hazardous waste from fracking and other places, and it's been rejected. The stuff has been rejected in Pennsylvania and
And we're
Ohio, I
taking
think, and we're taking it.
Yeah, but they're calling on them right now, they're stopping them.
Are they?
Yeah, they're trying to.
Yeah, also Canada wants to bury stuff on their side, right a mile from the.
So would this go
Right
to,
here.
the 922?
Well, we were actually asking for you to act on this one so that we have it in place. That was, I mean, if the council wants to wait 2 weeks, that's fine. If you would rather do the Rule 10,
I think we should do a little 10.
just because we know that there were people out there.
Well, I'll take the consensus, who wants to do a Rule 10?
I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to do a Rule 10. We can fumble the paperwork for 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
I'm not for a rule 10.
Yeah, I don't support a rule 10 on that.
I want a Rule 10.
Mr. Fraser, you want a Rule 10?
No.
Yeah, you just want a Rule 10. I want
They can start, they know we're
All right, so this
So
will
we'll
go
put this
on.
on the 22nd.
Okay, thanks.
Now, this one we need a rule 10.
Why, we're gonna have the 7 o'clock
That's
meeting
right.
soon anyway.
I'll move the rule 10
Why don't we
on,
just gavel it and close it out?
December 13th.
Almost there.
I'm putting an extension on my space.
I'll support that.
We have a motion by Mr. Simon, supported by Mr. Fraser for Rule 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll move the cancellation of the committee of the whole meeting at 7 p.m. today.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Simon, supported by Mr. Fraser to cancel the 7 o'clock meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, what we'll do, council, is go to the communication portion, and then if there are any other items that you'd like to discuss, we'll come back to that. The first person is Pamela Jerry.
I have been saying for years and years that Southfield is in dire need of vision, creativity, and more importantly, some good, sound business decisions. What I witnessed here today with the architect for the Loft project just basically shows that this city is lacking that. Now, Mr. Procacci, I think it's really rude for you to start munching on chips while I'm speaking. So if you're going to do that when I'm talking, then I'll make noise when you're talking. Thank you for your respect. The good old boys network and the status quo is appearing to be ending in the city of Southfield. I recommended a long time ago a good book by Josh Linkner, and it was called Disciplined Dreaming. I had an opportunity to sit down and talk to Josh Linkner about disciplined dreaming, creativity, vision, to the point that it just changed my whole life. And things are well with thee. That dialogue and the way you treated that guy was just absolutely appalling. You're not thinking of doing anything better in the city. We don't have a good business development person in the city, but yet and still this guy was not afraid to come up and say something and to take a risk. Now, remember when Dan Gilbert tried to come to Southfield? He was laughed away because we had a surplus. Southfield had a reputation of not wanting to work with the city or the county, and I hear you say all the time, Mr. Fracassi, you can't get your calls returned. Go figure. Well, you didn't see Dan Gilbert's vision, and he took it to Detroit. Detroit saw his vision. So let me tell you what's purported in terms of what Dan Gilbert is doing. Dan Gilbert is giving free rent to all of the businesses on the lower level of some of these, what you call skyscrapers or tall buildings. And he's doing that because if those businesses support his office staff, that's how he's drawing. He's using or making something out of nothing. And the city of Southfield is not doing that. Dan Gilbert was not afraid to put the cart before the horse. He got the bodies in Detroit first, and now everything else is following. So you guys need to maybe have Josh Linkner come here, and remember Robert Gibbs from the big planning commission meeting that you had in the library with all these important entities? Have these guys to come and sit down and counsel you guys on what really is visionary, creativity, and development, because you're lacking that in the city of Southfield. Thank you.
Okay, the next item, the next person is Common Council.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Mr. Zorn took my wind out of my sail, more or less, but thanks, Pam, for filling him up again. So I'm going to read what I wrote originally. My name is Harmon Gunther, and I reside at 19101 Green Spruce. I come before you tonight to ask you, what is the Economic Development Committee doing right now to proactively bring new business to Southfield? Mr. Zorn answered that. I think it's because he saw what I was going to talk to you about tonight. After the Walmart project was rejected, I mentioned that the city has always been more reactive than proactive in soliciting business to come to Southfield. Since that time has passed, nothing else concrete or substantial that I could see, except for the 12-mile Southfield project, has been initiated or created by the Economic Development Committee team. The committee team that was formed with Sid Lansdowne, Fracassi, and Joan Seymour as members launched and has now seemed to have been abandoned. Does this economic development team meet at the discretion of the council president? How frequent are these meetings? When was the last time they met? What substantial business targeting have they initiated? And Mr. Zorn has answered that. You just paid for a $50,000 membership fee to join Automation Alley. No disrespect to you or Automation Alley, but your membership card has not purchased you a dedicated account executive who will be specifically assigned to solicit or steer new business only to Southfield. They can't favor you over any other city that has paid for the same membership card. So what are you getting for your money that literally and specifically delivers new business to Southfield? Federal Mogul is moving to a new headquarters. Luckily, they are staying in the city. But what's going to happen to their old building? Has anyone from the city, the Chamber of Commerce, or the administration reached out to other companies to take over that campus? You sit back and wait for companies to come to you instead of reaching out to companies and recruit them to come to Southfield. Other cities, mainly Detroit, are stealing Southfield blind. Why must we wait for them to come to us? How many calls has our Economic Development Committee councilpersons made to get business to come here? It is about time the Economic Development team did their job. If these individuals are not comfortable with being a salesperson, then the city should hire a legitimate, seasoned business developer who loves Southfield. to mine and hunt for businesses to move here, or to create a pipeline for future business relocation to Southfield. We need to hire someone with specific knowledge of sales and business development to sell Southfield to different companies, and who has the confidence to ask them to move here. Again, no offense to anyone, but the people we have now within our administration are good at retaining companies, but not making cold calls to bring companies in. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Mr. Gerard Mullins.
Madam President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. It appears to me that at the end of this year, there will be 2 vacant seats on this council. I would like to make a suggestion on how to fill those 2 vacant seats. My recommendation is to pick the top 2 vote getters from the last general election for council, who were not elected. Those 2 top vote getters were Lloyd Cruz and Michael Mandelbaum. The advantage of this method is that it will take the politics out of the selection process and replace it with the will of the people. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Sheila Harvey. Sheila Harvey. Karen Hart. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
I don't know if we got this.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Anyway, because I didn't think I was going to be able to make this meeting, but, I'm Karen Hart. I'm a 39-year resident of Southfield on 2477 Lois Lane. My block, we have heard from a couple of council people. Anyway, I'm concerned about the quality of life that I have had here in Southfield and Lois Lane. Loris Academy, which is on Lasher Road, run by the National Heritage Academy, which is located in Grand Rapids. It's authorized by Bay Mill College. They want to take, they purchased 1 property. Their plan is to have 2.5 lots and build a parking lot, access to Lois Lane, and a playground. So basically we're very upset because Lois Lane, as some of you know, is a narrow, dead-end street. Southfield buses never could go down and around because they couldn't get around. It has a hill going up to 10 Mile. We're one of the last people to be plowed because it's a dead street. So to me, if they had access to Lois Lane, it would wreak havoc in our neighborhood. Also, with the parking lot, my question would be, with the water, if you have all that, asphalt, where's the water going to go? A lot of us still have septic tanks and well water. Also, there's a Sunoco pipeline that diagonally crosses those properties. My property is set back from the road because of that pipeline, built years ago. So, I know Sunoco isn't anxious to have anything built on that land. I've talked to them. This academy plan kind of reminds me of the Vincetta Garage thing in Berkeley. The council could do something with that. They listened to the residents because it was a business. This, I have a hard time with. It's a for-profit charter school, but yet they don't have to follow zoning rules. But Southfield can take care of the traffic flow and the drainage. I've talked to Lee about the drainage, and there will be an issue because of, well, I'm not an engineer. There will be a problem. So the other thing, besides, I've lost my spot here, the draining issue, the traffic flow, is I've also talked, what kind of led me to believe that we might stand a chance here.
You've got 25.
I talked to Stan Skopek, the review person for the division, and he encouraging said, National Heritage Academy does have plans for a drive onto Lois Lane. If you and your neighbors work together,
You can take your concern to city council and have them not approve the access. So I've been doing my work, I think, and I wanted to give you the map of the issues. Okay? And we just want to know what we can do, and we want all your help.
I am going to defer to our city attorney.
Okay. I've got a,
We actually have a meeting scheduled for later this week with the planning department, the engineering department, our department. There are going to be serious issues from a city standpoint. I mean, the school's there. We know that we don't have a right under the current state law to approve or not approve a charter school.
Right.
But we do have some ancillary local issues in terms of the drainage, in terms of curb cuts and so forth. So we're going to get a handle on where we are internally, and then we would come back to council and see if your will is, we'll pursue this with the state. But we're trying to get some background information. Currently, Lee Schultz has asked for a traffic study from the school prior to her doing anything about curb cuts or anything of that nature. So right now, we're kind of in a holding pattern waiting for that, but we sure are, we are on top of the issue.
That's why I wanted to make sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, so that's where we are, and we
Okay.
have some time, and it'll definitely be done.
Well, but I got last paragraph, I got my name and somebody else in there.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing this.
Thank you.
Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, one other thing is, if they, let's say they're successful, and they start using Lost Lane as an entrance into the school, just keep in mind what happened at MacArthur School. They jammed up the road so bad with parents taking their kids to school that in the morning, in the afternoon, one street is southbound in the morning and the other street is northbound in the morning and in the evening.
Right.
Because it was just an absolute traffic jam. So if there's anything we can do to keep the traffic count down on that road, keep it from getting jammed up.
Right.
Isn't another issue we can raise here if there are mature trees on this property? I mean, I haven't done the tree inventory.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a site plan yet of what they're proposing, where
Right.
it's going.
I just think back, this is like deja vu to Garner Street
Right.
and
Oh, yeah.
Bradford Academy. They came in and took down these magnificent, probably 100-year-old pine trees.
250 trees.
Yeah. I mean, they just raked that piece of property. And we have a tree ordinance.
Right.
So this is something else I think that we could introduce here, an environmental impact, besides the stormwater runoff, but what it would do to our green canopy.
Sure. Yeah.
We had to pass for some, didn't interrupt it, we had to pass some kind of legislation on these academies.
Yeah.
to give-
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's really getting to the point now where they're just.
They don't care
coming
about
in here.
neighborhoods, it's all for profit, they don't live here, and these charter schools, most of the kids don't even live in the community, they live in Detroit.
They're dangerous even, I mean, there's one at Bradford when they run across at
Uh-huh.
4 lanes, traffic.
Yeah.
Well, the businesses are shoehorning way too many people in an office building. Obviously, you see the play structures out on Lasher Road. Those buildings were not meant for what these operators have turned them into, and they don't care about your neighborhood.
I know, I've contacted, they don't call me back.
Yeah.
How did they get away with cutting down trees? We didn't do anything about that?
We don't have anything to do with it.
Nothing.
It happened before it was, I remember Fred Bunker called me and I went over and the trees were down.
Yeah, I don't know that we had advance warning of that.
No, we didn't.
Right, they just did.
Well, that wall even fell down and hurt a bunch of the workers. They
Got
didn't have
killed.
a permit.
Southfield has a unique story to tell, and as I've been talking about this as a state issue, I've brought up the fact that look at the practical impact on a community that we have to drain our resources on Telegraph Road just about twice a day for pickup and drop off. And as I've been telling key state leaders about that kind of gets their head scratching, They're trying to, pit public education versus for-profit education and leave that as the argument. But we have a unique story to tell. Look at the drain on the city. Look at the impact on our neighbors and our neighborhoods. So Sue, I mean, I really hope, you know, just keep us posted. Keep me posted every step of the way, because the more that I can talk about the practical impact on a community of charter schools, the better the argument is. 2/3 of Oakland County's charter schools at one time, and still could be, are in Southfield. And we have a very strong case to bring up to Lansing and say, look at the impact it has on our neighborhood.
You might vote 2 years, depends on how well you do.
Well, I'm going to say, no pressure, but if I genuinely mean, I think we could make this the case. Right. So, I mean, keep all of us posted and every step of the way, because telling this particular story about what's going on the lane, I think will help make the argument that there has to be some sort of controls. They unleashed the cap on charters in 2011. So any issuing charter or organization can issue an unlimited amount of charters. And our proximity to parents who don't want to send their kids to Detroit Public School, our empty office space, has resulted in 2/3 of charters coming that are in Oakland County coming to Southfield. So
The other thing is they don't even teach.
They don't. And there's no standards, there's no accountability.
Some of them do, but...
There's no accountability, there's no measurements. They hold public schools to a higher standard and a very rigid standard before you go into emergency management, and charter schools have free reign as alternative modes of education that have no standards whatsoever. So this is something that we can make a case out of this and hopefully make a difference.
At Bradford Academy, they change the principal every year.
Yeah.
They just can't stand it for more than a year.
Staff change.
They're big business, they're very wealthy people. And
Oh, no doubt,
they're backed
no
by
doubt.
a lot of wealth and a lot of corporations. I mean, this is not just, people trying to have an extra school. This is big business.
That's right.
It's a for-profit.
That's absolutely right.
And they're very powerful. They're getting a lot of political strength. They really are. So I'm glad you do this.
So the head scratching has been, well, I didn't even think about the impact on a local community. Because the whole argument has been, is it quality education or not? Let's talk about what happens with the existing community that you're kind of tearing up and destroying the quality of life.
Yeah, but even if that debate wants to go on in terms of are they better than public or not, but it's still to remove us from having any zoning or regulatory control of where they go or what they do is...
Not even a building permit.
Right. I mean, they just...
There was a special on television, on PBS about them. They're backed by big businesses now. There's not just little, big corporations that are doing this, and they're making a lot of money.
Right.
This is a huge threat.
Yeah, you're right.
Probably by the name of the school, the university to back them.
That's right.
Right.
I mean, they just...
That's money too.
Some you have universities, some don't.
And one final message is, even if a chartering organization has, 90% of their charter schools failing, it doesn't matter. They can still from a time grade. They can still, they can still keep chartering and still keep at it as long as they have the same financial backers.
Although they're starting to make some little waves at the State Board of Education.
Yeah.
That the ones that aren't performing.
I saw that article. They want to revoke their...
Yeah, and they aren't going to allow those universities to support it anymore, because they aren't following through on the way they're supposed to be managing it.
Well, that bragging keeps you real busy.
That's right. That's true.
Are there, Counselor, any other items to be brought? Mr. Stiver?
For years now, and Sue and Fred are aware of this, but where are we with getting that house torn down that's full of mold on Cornell?
Cornell, no, I don't know what's wrong with that contractor. I told Nikki to get all over him. I told Building last week, where is he? So they were supposed to come in, they did come in and pull their permit. They were supposed to start like this week. It's supposed to come down, Ken, this week. The first half of the week, not the last half of the week. I don't know what their issue is.
Yeah, I mean, the house, it's just a blight on the whole street.
Right. Right. And then they started taking the aluminum off.
Oh, no, that's the burned out house on Melrose.
Oh, that's Melrose, okay.
And they have a dumpster now on that house. That property, there is something going on there. but on Cornell, you know, I knew it was bid to have it torn down.
That's the one on the south side?
Yeah.
South side of Cornell,
Right.
Water in the basement all up to the windows on there?
Yeah, and you look inside, it's all gray. There's mold growing off everything.
I hope this contractor is prepared.
The other thing is, we have not done, no one knows that we're going to have a ballot issue in November, and we haven't heard anything else about this. Do we know where we are with, you know?
We're putting together a ballot committee. I can tell you, I had all of our engineering consulting firms meet, and we're actually working on a campaign in the next, hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have something. Michael Mannion's done a number of pieces, but we're putting those items together.
Ballots are going out shortly.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're sending out absentee ballots. People should know that the city put this on the agenda. I mean, it's been very quiet.
That's a big number.
Nothing's been reported.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
Pardon? Yeah, I know that, but that's a big number when somebody gets their ballot and they haven't seen it.
Yeah.
$9 million bond issue.
I'll just let it go.
Yeah, I just want to float this past the rest of the council, see if anybody agrees with it. We've had folks in the past that have, when they want to speak before the council, they come in January the 1st, as soon as our list of meetings is prepared, fill out a thing for the whole year. And I just think that that's playing games with us, and I think that we ought to have, as long as we're amending the rules of action, that if you're going to speak before council, you need to fill out a form before the meeting that you want to speak at, rather than fill it out for the whole year. We had one guy that's filled out for the whole year, never showed up.
Yeah.
And we keep calling him, he never shows up. I just think that we need to
We did have a discussion, and honestly, from the perspective even of the clerk's office, it may be more efficient the way that it's operating now. I guess from an Open Meetings Act, I don't see that it's one way or the other. I understand your logic is that at a communication on a particular meeting, you ought to have an issue that you want to come in and speak to,
Right.
and so you could almost say that it has to come in, the request has to come in within a certain time frame before the meeting. You know, not in January for a December meeting.
That's right.
But that would also mean then that the clerk's office, instead of, like some of these are for the whole year, that means every 2 weeks now, they are going to see this, you know, they're constantly going to be at the counter saying, give me the thing to get on the agenda. So, I don't know. Does that cause you any issues?
It doesn't cause any issues at all. We could have them come in every 2 weeks, and that way we would know that they would be on the agenda. You know, I mean, it's either way, we get yelled at one way or another, so this way, we know it's gonna be on, let them come in if they want to speak.
Do you want that on for the 22nd, or would you rather do this one and look at it again?
I would float the bikes, find out if anybody agrees with me. If they don't, if the majority of the council doesn't agree with me, I could, just say, we'll keep doing it the way we're doing it.
So, do you want me to put it on for the 22nd, that amendment as well? Right, because that's going to, the rule 13 will be on the floor for the 22nd? Okay, so you have to do it the Wednesday before the meeting at 12. Do you want to say within, like, the Wednesday before, it's the Wednesday, you know, so like a week period? You want to give them a week before?
Yeah, fine.
Something like that?
Well, I have one little caveat about that. Somebody may want to speak at a televised meeting as opposed to a non-televised or vice versa.
Give them a month.
Give them a month.
The whole month.
Or
So
something.
they have to come in the Wednesday at 12 o'clock before say the whole next month, they could get on both agendas for that coming
Yeah,
month.
that's
Right.
fine, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just think that, you know,
I don't want to make it difficult. We have a lot of people come, like Mrs. Hart tonight, that have never come, she's never come before, but she's got an issue today that it's important to all of us. So,
The council person always has the right to acknowledge the person to speak anyway,
right.
so it doesn't matter.
okay.
Listen, did everybody get that, note, I think it came from Oakland County on the master plan for Lathrop Village?
Yeah, I read it.
How did it read that they said everybody accepted the plan? Yeah. Is that it?
I think if you didn't say anything, it was considered accepted.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it was like a,
Notice or was it?
It came from the
but that
county.
master plan had parallel parking on Southfield Road. And
It was-
that master plan, and I just seen it, and I never have an
We
opportunity
were told that they
to
weren't
object to it.
doing that.
Pardon?
We were told when we had the joint meeting with them that they weren't going to have
But that's on their master plan, so if they approve the master plan, that's on it.
Someone should talk to Lathrop
But
Village.
I mean, the only reason I say that is because they killed our Southfield Road project. And this is another attempt to kill it down the road, just as they put the park in the way of I-696 the same way. And there's no way anybody's gonna back up on the Southfield Road and live through it.
Unless they do it like they have on Woodward Avenue, where the front, you can park in front of the businesses, but you have to come, there's a curb, and they have curb
It's a
cuts.
sideline.
Yeah, and you can pull in through the curb cut and park in front of the business, then you have to pull back out through a curb cut to get back on
I understand.
on Woodward.
Old Woodward.
Along.
Yeah, but
8 Mile
that's
has
a-
it.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Up by 14, there, all those
Yeah,
businesses
yeah.
have it now.
Yeah. I go to that bookstore all the time over there, yeah.
Councilman, can I go back? You're saying you got a communication from Oakland County
Thought I
saying...
bought it, but I guess I
saying
haven't.
Lathrop Village, I mean...
Lathrop Village accepting,
Maybe I didn't.
accepting the master plan that they have,
No.
that,
It was a blue sheet.
that the surrounding areas.
The
surrounding
statute
cities
defines
and
that
towns.
they're supposed to notify, when they're in the process of adopting a new master plan, they're supposed to notify
Or amendment.
the city.
Mhm.
Something which should have been sent to our clerk,
Mhm.
and
Did you get
the
July?
planner was here.
I vaguely remember, I think it was an informational item.
It was in the blue sheet. It was in the blue sheet.
Said that their master plan was not accepted. I think.
I remember seeing something, but I have no idea.
Actually,
I thought, I said that if you didn't, if it be accepted, it had Oakland County,
Yeah.
letter, copy it. On it. Copy it. I'll have to look at it again. I seen that, the way I read it.
Okay, we have a copy.
Yeah.
And if I may, to the questions on Telegraph, this is the press release from MDOT. It's been sent to all of the council members. This is from Lee Schultz. It just says, northbound M10 ramp to southbound US 24 Telegraph Road. It just says the ramp is closed for maintenance. Then Larry Searles drove it. They're doing the maintenance during the day. And when he drove it, all the ramps, all the barrels have been moved to the side. So this is work they're doing to maintain the ramp during the day, not during morning or evening rush hour. Doesn't tell us what the scope of work is, just says the ramp is closed for maintenance. We can make an inquiry as to what the maintenance
There's
is.
a tractor down at the bottom, looks like a scoop, but there's nobody there. Nobody
Okay.
there, and they got you, early on, they got the barrels up, so you have to go into the next lane, to the left
Well,
lane.
and when Larry left here, he said all of the barrels have been pushed back to the side. So,
No, where? I drive them down there all the time now.
what's that?
I drive them down there all the time. What, is it northbound Telegraph, southbound Telegraph?
Northwestern, when you get to Telegraph Road, you can get off on Telegraph Road to go north, but to go beyond over Telegraph Road and turn to go south, if you can't. They got barrels up, closed. So
I
how you
must
end up all the way.
Floated over them, because the last time I did it,
Yeah.
Up Northwestern and make the clover leaf down to.
Yeah, but, you know, these guys are working there,
It's-
one thing,
it's
nobody
from,
was working.
9/5/2014, which was Friday,
Yep.
and it says it's to 9:15, 5 a.m., so, is the period of the closure. And it says it's just daytime, but this has been sent to all of you.
Huh. I would never run into it.
Yeah, here.
Shows on the map.
Well, that's good.
You know, we got a,
There's a letter there about the body coming out of the house.
If I want them here, I better go to.
We're investigating it.
Take care.
and the other item I want to
I don't know.
myself and my husband, we need to see, what can we do to control the deer population in our area? Can we do anything?
Your population?
Deer population, can we either send a letter to the Department of Natural Resources to see if they would allow, you know, hunters to come in, bow and arrow for a couple of weeks, or would they allow the deer to be hooked up and sent up north?
Anybody know
The deer are multiplying.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? I mean,
They were saying that it'll be a political nightmare to try to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what, somebody can do that. Some communities, I know there were a lot of articles, they're actually putting, like a birth control in the food.
That's what I've heard.
And that's the
Birth
more
control.
humane way of doing it, and then they just stop multiplying.
But it's the DNR that manages the deer herds to grow so that they can make more money for hunting. They're the ones who've done that.
Yeah, but in a locality like this, there's no hunting per
They force
se.
them down here because all these areas
Right.
used to have being developed.
Exactly.
So
They're being
years
explained,
for it.
Doesn't matter how they get here, they're here.
They're here.
You know what I heard that one thing that can keep deer away, and I don't know this, I've heard about it, human hair. Put human hair in your yard, or for whatever reason, deer are allergic to it, don't want to go near it, don't consent human. I'm sure, so you should, tell your neighbors to stop it.
Go to a barber shop, yes.
We were getting a lot of complaints. I think the mayor brought it up last fall. So Jim was looking into it, and they're.
I think they were good.
Or just send them to Don's daughter's house.
I'll talk to the police chief and I'll speak with the animal warden, but maybe there's something with MDNR and, I'll see if you can ask our planning board to go to.
This is a problem across the country. It is, it's not just here, I'm sure it's all over.
But is there a humane way to
He emailed me.
serve the population?
They had the DNR for years,
They should
so
back
they
up.
manage the deer herds when
Yeah,
they
yeah.
grow, so that they can have more hunting and make more money. They do this. So you can blame them, but also as land, northern land is developed more and more, it's fortunately down here, and this is one of the years.
No, that, I think that was one, right, and there was no program like that. The best thing he was able to find were these towns, especially out east, I remember reading some of their, and they're actually putting, something in they're feeding, and they're putting this in there, and so they're actually seeing the reduction now in the herd.
They come down here, what can you do with them? You can't kill them. You can't kill them in a civilized.
Well, I'll tell you, they do, I know on Grosse Ile they do, they have a routine cull. And they just slaughter them and, well, I'm just saying that, they do it. Well, that's what they do. They just go into all the parks and all the wooded areas and they just kill them. So it gets the population down until it's their food.
We need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
And that's
Lord.
that should be a roll call.
That'll be
We have a motion by Mr.
Actually,
supported by copy.
We need a rule 10.
We need a rule 10 to do the, yeah, that's right.
That's what I meant, real
Yeah,
quick.
that's what I supported.
Okay.
Rule 10, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Now
I supported.
I move that we go into closed session.
Motion by Mr. Frazier, supported by Mr. McCoskey, to go into closed session.
Roll call.
Stiver?
Yes.
Ms. Seymour? Yes. Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Lance is not here. Mr. Frazier?
Here, yes.
Mr. McCarthy?
Yes.
Mrs. Jordan?
Yes.
6 in favor for closed session.
Okay, we're on closed session.